It's Kris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch.
Hey y'all, welcome and happy Tuesday. It's your boy Kris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Kris Avalon Unfiltered. Excuse me, I was drinking before I started the show. On the show, we basically talk about all things going on in celebrity news, hot topics, pop culture. So that's the show for you. Definitely stick around because we have a lot of tea to spill today, including we have some stuff, some predicted numbers regarding the new Superman movie. The Ballerina social media reactions are in, so we're going to talk about that because that movie's coming out this week. Plus, George Romero's daughter has directed her very own zombie film called Queens of the Dead. So it's got some drag queens and all of some of that, so it's like queer coded. We're going to talk about that. We got some first photos, courtesy of Entertainment Weekly. Michael B. Jordan is saying that Denzel Washington warned him about overexposing himself in the industry. And we're bringing that up today because Sinners is actually out, available to watch in the confines of your own home. So that was one of the reasons why I brought that up. We got to talk about the Diddler and this story regarding about which iconic musician he was up for playing. Well, he auditioned to play in a movie and he didn't get it because Chadwick Boseman, dearly departed, may he rest in peace and all that good stuff, ended up getting the part. So we're going to talk about that. Rage is accusing Suge Knight of hunching men behind bars as an SANM. Kimora Lee husband was sentenced, so we'll talk about him because he was doing some fraud stuff. Speaking of frauds, Tom Girardi, aka Erica Jane husband, got sentenced today on his 86th birthday. So yeah, he going to jail, or I guess he's already in jail. I don't know. We'll get into it. Blake Lively, child. This is why I always say I don't buy nothing this woman say, because there was something that she was a little stunt she tried to pull. Justin Baldoni pulled the reverse. You know, she tried to do a draw for her, and he pulled the reverse on her ass. And now she's dropping one of the claims because she said that she was under emotional distress. And he was like, okay, I'm going to call you a bluff. And she, I guess, looked like Boo the Fool and pulled one of the little things. So we'll get into that. Shakira's world tour is a hot-ass mess. We're going to get into that because this lady keep canceling tours. We also about the guy who was one of the voices of King of the Hill. Unfortunately, you know, as we go, as well, like a couple of days into Pride Month, we got to deal with homophobia and all this other mess that's going on. And the guy who was his husband is saying that it was a hate crime, even though police are saying there's no evidence of a hate crime. So we'll get into all of that. Cynthia Nixon is calling out the sanitation and corporatization, I should say, of Pride, which I've been bitching about for the longest. I'm glad somebody who's got a bigger name and a bigger bullhorn than me is out here saying what I've been saying. We're going to get into this story from the Mirror. RuPaul and Madonna are among the most influential LGBTQ plus figures shaping pop culture. And remember Jesus Guerrero, who was the hairstylist for people such as Kylie Jenner and Jennifer Lopez? Well, his cause of death has finally been revealed courtesy of TMZ. So we're going to get into that story. Now, before we get to said topics, if you can do me a solid, hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Also, be sure to smash that notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Kris Avalon Unfiltered. During, you know, once the show is done, I will be putting timestamps in the show. So if y'all want to just skip right to the topics and don't want to be all caught up in the live banter that we do during the live chat, you could definitely do that. Sidebar, I don't know if y'all noticed also, but I have been noticing that, you know, since this little gadget that we have courtesy of StreamYard, where when you're doing your live streams, you actually have the comments shown on the side. I've noticed a lot of YouTubers are starting to do that. So, hey, Don Lemon, I seen on your show earlier you doing the same thing. Excuse. But look, they put it there for a reason for us to be using it. But anyway, to make y'all, you know, to have the fans be more engaged and stuff with the show and stuff. So now when you're watching the live or something, if you watch on your big screen TV at home, then you can actually see the comments and stuff on the side while you're watching. All right, so now let me hit my banner. But then let's get into our first topic. So let's talk about Superman. Now, I know, you know, this movie is definitely highly anticipated. I don't know if we could say necessarily, is it a make or break for DC? Because I understand, like, you know what? I know a lot of people still have love for the Snyderverse. There are people still out here that are going hard over, any little thing about Superman. They want this movie to fail, which I don't get because it's like so many people work their asses off on this film. These actors that are coming in are stepping into big shoes. I understand like all the drama going around with Henry Cavill, but I think y'all need to blame the old regime of Warner Brothers. The DCEU was a hot mess. And regardless of how you feel about certain films, I'm not going to sit up here and say all the Snyderverse movies were trash because they weren't. I liked The Man of Steel. I liked the director's cut of Justice League. I thought it was pretty. I enjoyed what was in that for the most part. Batman v Superman, I pretty much enjoyed a lot of the themes and stuff was in there too. But I think the problem with a lot of that world is that it was just too dark. It was too dark. It was too sad. And even though Henry Cavill was on point playing the part, I just don't feel like tonally he was giving what Superman is about. And Superman is about hope, in my opinion. And I feel like that's the kind of energy that James Gunn is coming with this film. So I'm really looking forward to it. But I understand there's people out there that are still mad. Look, get over it. The movie's made. It's coming out. Whether you like it or not, the movie's going to hit theaters. People are going to go see it. And it is what it is. So you can sit and mope or just move on with your life. Get with the program. Go see the film. If you don't want to see the film, then that's fine. Go see Fantastic Four. It comes out around the same time. I think 2 weeks after Superman. So go support Marvel. We can, some of us can enjoy both movies. I actually want to see both movies, but I'm not that excited to see Fantastic Four. And I think it's probably because I've been burned so much by Fantastic Four when the many times that people have tried to make that movie into a thing. So I'm not really all that enthused and jazzed to see Fantastic Four, but I will check it out because it's MCU. Pedro Pascal's in it. So of course I got to go see it because he's in it. So yeah. So now with all of this being said, I'm excited to see to see this new DCU because the DCEU is dead, but now we got the DCU, and I do feel like that James Gunn right now is holding off on seeing how well Superman does before they start making other announcements. I know we have Supergirl. I know we have Lanterns coming. I don't remember when that's actually coming out. And we got Lobo. We have Clayface. We've got all these other programs that are heading our way. But I'm sure, I won't say I'm sure, but I'm hoping that by the time Superman comes out and Comic-Con and all that other stuff, that there will be an announcement of who is our Batman for the Brave and the Bold, because I know it's not going to be Robert Pattinson. When are we actually going to get an announcement of, okay, what's the official shoot date for Batman, the Batman Part 2? Because y'all been taking too damn long with this film, Matt Reeves. I mean, I don't know if you got anything personal going on in your life. If it is, okay, I will feel bad kind of going hard. But it's been a while since we've gotten a new movie, and y'all need to figure out what the hell y'all doing over there. Now, also, I'm hoping we find out who the Batman and I guess Damian Wade is going to be for Brave and the Bold. I'm also hoping that we find out who our new Wonder Woman is going to be because we damn sure ain't pick. I know they ain't picking Miss Gal Gadot. And I don't think it has anything to do with the Zionist stuff and her being a part of the Israeli army and all that other political stuff that was with her, being a Zionist and all. But I do think that because it's under new management, James Gunn wants to bring in his own people and wants to he's got his own ideas regarding where he wants to steer Batman, where he wants to steer Wonder Woman, because I think those are your top superheroes that they need to be focusing on. So with that being said, there's a story that's going around from Comic Book Movie that said that Superman is looking towards a huge $154 to $175 million opening weekend, which I know is going to gag everybody because I know some people are like, but I'm like, look, the movie, wait, why is my pictures not showing? I was like, I don't see, thank you. Oh, it's like, where's Superman? Hold on, there he is. Where is Mr. Corn Sweat? Okay, I was like, what's going on with the photos? Anyway, so let's get into the story. So of course it's saying that it's expected to win the box office summer. Well, let's pump our brakes. Let's see how we'll play into the whole idea of predictions, but we can sit and talk about box office summer and winning and all that other stuff when we cross that bridge. But let's not put the cart before the horse. So it says the James Gunn Superman has a low end of 154 million, a high end prediction of 185 million, and a pinpoint of 175 million. This would not only be the biggest Superman opening of all time, but the biggest DC opening of all time. This is much higher than anything Zack Snyder and the Snyderverse ever produced. And I think that is the line that everybody needs to focus on, is the fact that yes, you can love the Snyderverse and you could like Aquaman, which I was entertained by. I didn't particularly like the film, but I was entertained that it felt like a 2-hour shampoo commercial. Like it was definitely giving me that. It was giving me Pantene teas with Jason Momoa and his the hair, and it felt very Baywatch in slow mo. Even though it was like, okay, he did do Baywatch. Jason Momoa, fun fact, if people didn't know that he was on Baywatch. I'm trying to remember if I think it was Baywatch Hawaii that he was on. But nevertheless, he it just felt like a 2-hour shampoo commercial. It was cute or whatever, but entertaining, but it definitely gave that. I liked the first Wonder Woman, hated the second one. Like I said, I love Batman v Superman. And I liked the 4-hour Justice League, and I liked Superman, Man of Steel. I definitely thought those movies were pretty good. The problem was a lot of those movies didn't really make money. I think the movie that I don't know, did it make $1 billion or did it get close to $1 billion? I was okay. Well, I'll just to be on the safe side because I don't have the mathematics or the information in front of me. But I feel like the film that got the closest to that whole $1 billion finish line, I probably did hit $1 billion, was Aquaman. All the other movies were underperforming financially. And don't even get us started on The Flash and how that was a mess. So if the money it was there, if the track record was great, there wouldn't be no need to bring in usher in new people, Peter Safran and James Gunn, and reboot DC because they were struggling. It was like, yeah, they let the Snyderverse be what it was, but it wasn't making money. And at the end of the day, people need to realize Hollywood is a money-making business. It's show business. That's what it is. So if the show ain't doing what it need to do, the business part got to step up and be like, okay, now this can't be what it is. We got to start rethinking things around here because we're just burning money. So they said that to point out this, it did say, however, this may not be entirely accurate and the outcome could go either way. The Flash was also projected to open with huge numbers, but dropped off immensely when the Scarlet Speedster finally hit cinemas. Well, I think it was also that the Ezra Miller stuff that was going on behind the scenes with him being problematic. I also think that it was the reshoots. A lot of people were looking at the effects looked really bad. And so there was a lot of negative chatter surrounding the film. So I think if all this other stuff wasn't going on with that, I do think that The Flash would have did really well. But it was the reshoots, the VFX that looked a bit unfinished or it looked rushed. So I think that also played into it. So now they said with other predictions from Box Office Theory, they predicted Thunderbolts to open with 70 million and the New Avengers open at 74 million. Out of just 4 million, Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning was also predicted to gross 75 million in its opening weekend and ultimately gross 79 million. So yeah, it grossed a little more than what their prediction was, but here's the thing. The messed up part about this is, and I like the Thunderbolts, and I think that the movie didn't do well at the box office. It's considered a flop, which is unfortunate. And I like the movie. And I really wish that more people would have come out to see the movie. But I feel like we're at a point that maybe the industry or fans, superhero fans, are feeling that I think they're probably burned from the fact that you've made so many bad movies, or not even bad movies, but like they were disappointed with what had happened, that they don't trust, or they're just not ready to trust Marvel anymore because we've been burned by so many movies. Now, don't get me wrong. After what is it? The Avengers Endgame, we got a couple of little movies sprinkled in there that was okay. There were some that were good, some that were not, and a lot of the fans weren't feeling a lot of the stuff that was coming out. So when we finally got a good one, which was Thunderbolts. I just think that people were just a little hesitant to wanting to go see it because Captain America Brave New World was a mess. So a lot of the fans, I think, were disappointed with that movie. It was like all over the place. It didn't know what the hell it wanted to be, and I probably feel like it was the insecurity of the MCU. I also feel that the MCU was insecure about Thunderbolts, which is why they felt after the 3 days after the damn movie came out, they had to reveal them as the new Avengers. But now at this point, do the fans really want them to be the new Avengers? Because if y'all didn't go see the majority of y'all didn't go see the movie for it to be like this big blockbuster hit, then do people want these second-rate superheroes to be the new Avengers? They're really going to have to be they have their work cut out for them to even want to make them exciting or get fans excited to want to see them as the Avengers as we get close to that point. So, hold on. So now let's get back to the thing. I just want to get that out of my head before I forget. So they also said, speaking of Captain America Brave New World, they said they also had similar projections of 96 million, but gross 88. Also, what's been projected is Superman's final box office gross, and the numbers are incredible. Analysts predicts that Superman could end up being the biggest box office gross of the summer. Superman domestic gross has a low-end projection of 392 million, a high-end projection of 510 million, and the pinpoint of $470 million. They said this could be the perfect start for the new DCU. And here's the thing. I'm actually hoping that this will be the greatest start for the DCU because I really want this franchise this movie to be successful, so that way it can kick off and give us a lot of the superhero movies that we want to see, and they can steer it in the right direction. I don't want this, the James Gunn's DCU to fail because I want to see which direction he takes with a Lobo, solo movie since he is appearing in Supergirl, and I also heard that Supergirl is going to be appearing in Superman as well. I guess they have to kind of give her a little cameo to introduce her so that way we know that her movie is coming, because I do think her movie is coming after Superman. But that's going to be a while before that comes out. And who knows when Lanterns is coming out. But I'm just hoping that with this being said, it sets the tone. The money, the movie makes a crap ton of money. And once we get to Comic-Con, then, because I do feel like what would hurt James Gunn was that he put out this list of these are all the movies that we're going to be working on and shows that we're going to be working on. And we haven't heard anything about a lot of those projects since. We haven't heard anything about The Brave and the Bold. We haven't heard anything about Booster Gold. We haven't heard anything about a lot of the other programs that is coming out. The only things we've heard so far is the ones I've already mentioned, which is Lanterns, which is in production. We had Supergirl, which finished production maybe a month ago, and Superman. Those are the only things that we've heard. And I think there was a story I saw today, but I didn't look at it, that the Clayface movie is starting to take shape, that they've already started with the casting and stuff. So we'll see how this all goes once Comic-Con comes around, which is in a couple of weeks, and Superman also is in a couple of weeks. But I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Are you excited for the new Superman movie? I say, me personally, as basically I already said, I'm really looking forward to seeing this film because I'm definitely curious as to what type of story that James Gunn wants to tell with Superman. How do you make a character like Superman, who's perfect in every way, imperfect? And I do think you have to find those imperfect characteristics to bring in there with him so that way you can ground him and make him more human, even though he is a god and he's from Krypton. But I'm just looking forward to seeing what ideas that James Gunn has for this world. And then I'll come with my overall judgment when we cross that bridge. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I was like, hold on, let me close my topic before we get to the comments. I'm on Twitch right now. So they being sued. People blame Hassan Piker. It's enough money to make them no longer exist. I'm like, what are you blaming him for? He's doing his job. And there are politicians out here, political figures, that don't want him to do his job, where he's speaking about things going on, and they're picking on him. So why are you blaming him? I think people just want to, sit and do their little live streams. I don't understand why Hassan just doesn't do what everybody else does and do a YouTube show or something or another like that. I read there was a sequel plan with, oh my God, I totally forgot to bring that up in the story. And I was thinking about that the whole time. Yes, there's a story that's going around that Michael Bay, they were looking at him to direct a sequel to uh, Man of Steel with Henry Cavill. First of all, hell no. I was like, Michael Bay is entertaining, but I remember, see, God, now I gotta go here. Okay, so when we was in film school, a lot of us had to choose like a director that we were going to kind of dissect and do our little thesis and stuff on. One of my classmates, Alex, who is like somebody who actually is out making movies and things of that nature and shows and comic books and all that other stuff, with his Dawn series and a bunch of other projects that he has. His director of choice was Alfred Hitchcock. Mine was John Carpenter, and there was one that had one of my classmates, Kishore. He had M. Night Shyamalan. There was one girl in the class where she picked Michael Bay. We all clowned her. So they were like, "What, Michael Bay?" And it was like, now I feel bad about it. This is like maybe 10 years ago, well, 12, 13 years ago when I was in college. So it might have been longer than that. Wait a minute. Yeah, no, it was actually 16 because remember, um, RuPaul's Drag Race, when that came out, I was in college. So anyway, damn, time flies. So yeah, so we made fun of her and stuff, but because we were looking at Michael Bay as like, he's not some director you take seriously. Like, he does a lot of, he likes blowing up stuff. He always feels like he's, his movies always look like he was just literally just did like 8 lines of Booger Sugar before he said action. Like, his movies was giving very much that. Now, don't get me wrong, there's some films of his that I actually like. I like the one, damn, I forgot what was the name of the movie. The one with Ewan McGregor and Scarlett Johansson. I actually liked that movie that he did. Where they were playing, like, I think they were in this building. They were like clones or something or another. And then they were trying to use their bodies and they escape. I can't remember the name of it. But anyway, I like that movie. I like Armageddon. I remember I was in the movies and I actually shed a tear watching. I felt bad when it was like, y'all killed off Bruce Willis. So it was like, it was an emotional moment. So I like them. So he's had little movies here and there that were like, okay, it's pretty good. Pain and Gain wasn't bad, but and the first Transformers was actually good. But a lot of his movies are trash. A lot of his movies is just these crazy under and over shots where they do like a 360 over and under shot. And, oh wait, and didn't he do Bad Boys too? I think he did the first Bad Boy. I think he did the second one too. But I like Bad Boys. So he's done a couple of movies, but for the most part, his movies are trash. The movies are just like, it's just a rock'em sock'em blow up fest. So I don't know how his whole aesthetic would have worked in that. Like how, I don't know how Michael Bay, his aesthetic would work in a Superman movie. So I'm glad they didn't do that. I kind of wish that they would have done, why did we get Man of Steel 2 instead of Batman v Superman? Like, I just felt like Batman v Superman was unnecessary. I felt like what also hurt the Snyderverse, and I forgot to mention this, they were trying to play catch up with MCU. The MCU had all this time where they were laying down the foundation where it was like Thor had his own solo movie, Iron Man had his own solo movie, Captain America had his own solo movie, then Black Panther got his own solo movie, although he was introduced in a Captain America movie. But at the same time, it's like, so they all have their little movies, and then you sprinkle people in throughout the franchise. Like Hawkeye didn't get his own movie, and Black Widow didn't get her own movie. They were, they were sprinkled throughout the franchise before they got their own movie or TV show, whatever the case is. And I feel like with DCEU, they were trying to play catch up. So they went, and instead of giving Man of Steel 2, let's just make Batman v Superman. I'm like, because we never got a Batman movie with Ben Affleck by himself. And I'm still looking, even though we're never going to get it, still looking forward to that movie that he made with, that he wanted to make. I think he wrote the script and was going to direct it, where Joe Manganiello was going to play Deathstroke. I still wish that we could have gotten that movie and it just never happened. You want to say, but Snyder wanted sex and make Superman very dark and violent. No, that's why I was like, Superman was the beacon of hope. Batman was this dark, brooding character. Metropolis was made to be the exact opposite of Gotham. So that's why, and you hear people talking about, oh, I don't like the colors and those. I'm like, this is a throwback to a lot of like the old 50s comic strip and all that other stuff like that. Like he's trying to pay homage to like the overall old aesthetic of Superman. So that's why I think he's trying to bring that, but modernize it for today's audience. You said Marvel and my eyes need to take a break. I don't, child, that ain't happening. Marvel's not taking a break. Although they are taking the only break they've taken is from Comic Con because they announced that they're not doing Comic Con this year. And I'm sitting there like, okay, well, you have nothing to show. Like, why would you do Comic Con? Like, it doesn't make sense. What would they be showing? Like, you just going to sit up there in Hall H and just look at the walls? I also heard a conversation, I think it was from Christian Harloff and John Roca. Shout out to them. But they came with this cool idea. And I was like, you know what? They need to do this. They said that Comic-Con needs to live stream their Hall H things and make it more of a spectacle, similar to Netflix with Tadum. And I was like, you know what? That is a good idea because not a lot of people can get in the Hall H. I've been saying this for the longest, actually, that they need to live stream Hall H, like the interviews and the panels, and make it a spectacle where they want to see the celebrities come in, and you can even get performers, kind of like how Tadum did with Lady Gaga. And it made sense Lady Gaga was there because she's in Wednesday season 2. So it makes sense to have her in there. But if you can have like a performance from some singers to like make it a spectacle. And I feel like because Comic-Con is not cheap. So I wish they would just kind of do that. So I hope that they actually consider live streaming the panels instead of being like, oh, you have to be amongst the elite to be in the room. It's like, okay, shove it up your ass. Like that elitist stuff, that just pisses me off. And that just doesn't work in today's era. Because everybody ain't getting in Hall H. They don't even have the space to put everybody in there. Is this a prequel we're exploring? No, it's a brand new reboot of the whole Superman situation. It's James Gunn's own thing. It's not a prequel. It's not a sidequel. It's not a sequel. It's not it's nothing. It's an original story. Yeah, she did. Although am hearing rumors that she is probably going. I think she's in Doomsday or Secret Wars. One of them. I haven't heard her name is floating around in one of those movies. Excuse me, it might be Doomsday, but it would make more sense to have her in Secret Wars. We need to stop the deadlines and release dates. I do agree with that. I do think that movie directors, or not even movie directors, studios need to stop with the release date. Oh, it's going to come out this time. Well, when you did that, you see what happened with Doomsday and Secret Wars. You had to push it because there's no way in hell you're going to be able to finish Doomsday, have it edited, and released by next year this time. It makes no sense. There's impossible that you're going to have that done. And especially when you have like 50 damn actors going to be in the damn film making cameos and stuff, or who knows how long their scenes are going to be and all that stuff. But yeah, that's too much time. And I'm just sitting there like, no. Don't do it like that. So I do feel like, yeah, stop setting deadlines. Do your movie, finish it. Keep the deadline thing amongst yourselves, but maybe they've announced deadlines and stuff because they want to lock down, theater. They want to lock down the amount of theaters they want to show the movies in. But if your movie's not done, you're still going to lose those theaters anyway. You said not trusting Hollywood anymore because the messages are being too preachy, turn people off. But I'm like, what movie? Wait, you said I also feel people are afraid of preachy messages. First of all, I don't feel like it depends on how it's done. It's like, I'll use Thunderbolts, for example. I heard some people say the movie was preachy. I'm like, were we watching the same film? Because it wasn't preachy at all. If we're going to sit up there and if we're going to sit up here and the conversation is about mental health, which is something we could all relate to in PTSD, if we could relate to these things, I don't know how people can sit up here and say that that's not a good, it's being preachy. It's not. It's something that's relatable. So anything that I guess evokes an emotion is preachy. Now don't get me wrong, there are some films where I feel like y'all be a little too heavy-handed with the subject matter. And I'm like, okay, pull back just a little bit. Like all this extra stuff you throwing on the extra season unnecessary. The meat too salty. Why cut some of that off? It's like relax. So I do agree that there is some of that, but um the problem but I don't get this part where you were saying that telling Trump supporters they're not allowed to see the project that's asking half of America to stay home. But my thing is, what projects are they talking about? Because when you're online and people want to tell stories that reflect the world, be it people like, for example, there are people out here who are mad over the young lady that was cast as Hermione on the new Harry Potter series. When I didn't know this, because I've never read the books, I told her I'm not a big Harry Potter, I'm not a Potterhead, I guess is what they call them. I'm not a big Harry Potter fan. So my father used to listen to the books on Audible when he would go to work because he worked in New Jersey. So he would always tell me like he would listen to the book. Well, when I was growing up, it was basically he was listening to the books and stuff. So because I forget the books came out like 20 some odd years ago. I'm like, damn, I feel old. But anyway, my younger brother read the books. He read all the Harry Potter books. He was a Potterhead. I could care less. I felt like I was not the demographic. I was way too old to be reading them books at that time. But my younger brother read them. And I think my sister got into it too. But I felt like she was just jumping on the bandwagon, quiet as it's kept. But so I was never really big in the whole Harry Potter thing. But I didn't know this that I guess according to J.K. Rowling, she was like, nobody said that Hermione was a white girl. Like there was one part of the book where she says that she, I guess from something that she had witnessed or she turned like white as a sheet or something or another, and people assumed that Hermione's a white girl. But first of all, you can make anybody anything that you want them to be. It's a book. So when you read books, I'm sure a lot of you white folks probably look at every character how you see yourself. So you don't see that this character could probably be black or whatever the case is unless they're described that way. And if Jake, even though I don't like that broad because she is a transphobe, we see you next Tuesday. But if when it comes down to whatever her character, if she's not bothered by the casting, then why are y'all mad? And if you are upset about some a specific characters being in stuff and getting representation, be it if you're LGBTQ plus, if you're a black person, if you're a woman, if you're non-binary, if you're whatever race, sexual orientation, or gender identity you go by. If people have a problem with seeing diverse people in stuff, movies, TV shows, whatever the case is, stay your ass home. So I do agree with that. They need to stay home because everything, and I think a lot of these snowflakes need to realize is that everything is not for you. Just like I know that when I watch certain movies, TV shows, and stuff, everything's not for me, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Okay, if I see a certain picture and I'm like, it's not for me. Okay. But if you enjoyed it, then that's great. I don't know why people can't have that mentality where they feel like, oh, it's this, if you should make this for me. You should do. I was like, they don't work for you. This is show business and everything is not for you. Everything is not to be desired nor required. If you don't like it, then go on to the next thing. Just like if you see something on social media, if you don't like it, scroll on by. But people have to let people know how they feel about stuff. It's kind of like this Nick Offerman situation, that story. I don't know if people heard about it, but Nick Offerman, there was some politician's son or whatever the case was that posted some homophobic post where they took literally Nick Offerman throwing his character from Parks and Rec, throwing a pride flag in the garbage. And Nick Offerman was like, what was the quote? Because hold on, let me look it up actually. Because it was hilarious. I was like, is my thing going to open? Because I don't know. It's taking a long time to get to it. And then I get to the rest of the show. But, oh my gosh, my computer is moving slow all of a sudden. Can we hurry up? Thank you. Oh, he said, well, I think he called the guy a dumb fuck. And he went and said, come on, come on, come on, come on. Jesus, why is everything moving so damn slow all of a sudden? Okay, so he said Ron was the best man at a gay wedding. And he went in and put this thing up. He said, Ron was best man at a gay wedding, you dumb fuck. Happy Pride. And you should have read the comments because people are dumb as hell. There was one girl who was like, oh wait, maybe I should open it just so you could realize the amount of trash that Twitter is flooded with. This is why I don't really mess with Twitter. Somebody said nobody thinks Ron would actually go to a gay wedding. I'm like, but he did go to a gay wedding. So what are you talking about? He also played a gay character on one of the best episodes, in my opinion, of The Last of Us, season 1. So one person said a month to celebrate sexuality is absurd, which I had to laugh at that. I'm like, but well, look, I can't with these people. These people literally paying for their blue checks. But one person said, no one cares what the actor thinks. I'm like, huh? But you using the actor's likeness to spread hate, but you don't care what the actor thinks. People on Twitter and social media in general, when they say something like this, y'all are really stupid. Y'all really are. And then people try to go in on Megan Mullally, because that's, I think, who he's married to. But I don't know. There was one broad that said something stupid. It's like, but we pay you to make the money. It's like, you don't pay for nothing because you didn't give him the gig. He got the gig through his agent in Hollywood and auditioning and all that other stuff. But look, like I said, to wrap all this up, it's like, look, if y'all mad about certain things, and don't go see it. Because like I said, everything ain't for everybody. I just have a feeling Robert Pattinson's about to leave Batman sequel. I don't think he's going to leave. I mean, I would be upset if he does, but I don't think he's leaving. As I said, I just have a feeling something happened in his personal life. Well, yeah, that's the rumor that's going around. But look, if Matt Reeves can't do it, I'm sure they can hire the people behind the Penguin series, because here's the thing, Matt Reeves didn't direct any of the Penguin episodes. They literally took the overall aesthetic and everything of the Batman and incorporated in the Penguin series. And the Penguin series is the best superhero TV series, in my opinion, on television. So you can play in that world. If you get the right team of people, you can get somebody that could just direct his film. You come up with the idea, you write the script, you just hire a director to just execute it. I don't think that's hard. So if Matt Reeves can't do it, bring somebody else in who can. But trust and believe, with all that money that the Batman made, Warner Brothers wants that sequel. Where's Midnighter? James Gunn just cast Luke McFarlane in Black. Well, I definitely would like to see Midnighter. And isn't also Apollo a homosexual? Isn't he like the gay Superman? Because whatever issue was in his personal life was taking president. Comic-Con likes to be exclusive. Well, if y'all keep trying to be with this whole nose in the air exclusive attitude, people are gonna, Comic-Con is gonna cease to exist. People are gonna stop wanting to go and spending the money, because if you're gonna come across with this elitist attitude, it takes the overall fun out of it. Because now it feels too corporate. So I don't know. Happy Pride Month. Someone tell Mrs. WWE kids are out of school, so why have a month when summer vacation is happening? Well, in New York, it still is school, but I think it's like kids in high school and in middle school, like regular school, whatever. That's not in college. College is done, but all the other grades, like from kindergarten to 12, them kids still got school. But I think it's just like they're trying to finish up on their classes and all that other stuff. Funny enough, kids are out of school. My sister went back to school. I think she's going into like nursing and phlebotomy and all that other stuff. I'm like, good luck to you. And she talking about, why you not going back to college? Sis, just because you want to go back, don't mean I want to go back. I went to college. I went to film school, and then I learned enough. Janet Jackson went from Las Vegas to see Kylie at the O2, probably first time seeing a sold out. Was that a read? He said first time seeing a sold out show at the O2 and what 32 K full capacity. You know what? You're going to hell for that one. Not the Janet shade. But look, maybe it'll give us some ideas. You know what? You can have more than 4 dancers behind you and have them doing other choreography besides the same 10 you always having them doing. I love Janet. She is an icon, but ma'am, you need a routine. You need a new routine. I wish people who are liberal would go to Blue Sky. Blue Sky's not really making a whole lot of noise. I have Blue Sky, but I keep forgetting it exists, because it's like, unless Blue Sky's willing to expand on some things, like if I could do live streams and all that other stuff over there, then I'd be all for partaking in Blue Sky more, but it's not really like standing out. I think everybody was all reactionary because of the whole Twitter situation. But yeah, it's not giving. Arizona is on summer since the Thursday before Memorial Day. So yeah, there's certain places that's, popping. New York, everything's still happening. I do like the fact that, speaking of New York and politics, Zohran Mamdani is kicking Cuomo's ass, and I'm trying to get everybody to vote for him because I was like, we do not need Cuomo being our mayor. Y'all think that Adams was bad? Okay, then vote for Cuomo. Anyway, let's move on. Let's get into this story. So we are a couple of days away from Ballerina. I'm really looking forward to this movie. I'm a huge John Wick fan, as y'all probably already know, because I talk about it a lot on this show. I did watch the other day Wick is Pain, which is a documentary that basically lets you know like how they came up. I don't even know. Was there ever a plan? Because I'm always curious about this. Was there ever a plan for them to even create a documentary around this? Or is just that, they were just filming everything? But they said they got the idea of like, yeah, let's film all our stuff and then put it together, like with all the stunts and everything, so we could see it. They learned that from The Matrix. That was like, I think, a thing that Wu Ping and his team was doing. So they brought that over into what they were doing, and that's how they started 8711. And then years later, they encountered Keanu Reeves, and he brought them on board to do the whole John Wick thing and the hell they went through to make that first movie, and how. And I mentioned this yesterday, but I'll mention it again because it's a new topic and new story, new situation. Eva Longoria came and saved the movie. I know there's like a lot of people like, Eva Longoria from Desperate Housewives? Yes, that Eva Longoria. Gabriella Solis saved John Wick. She saved the Baba Yaga because it would have never happened. They were just scared that they were going to have to cut a lot of stuff out because they had to they didn't know how they were going to come up with $6.5 million. And Eva Longoria came up with the money. And if you look at the closing credits of the first movie, it says produced by Eva Longoria. So she was the one that helped save the movie. Now, with that all being said, the first reactions and stuff is out. Now, but I've been paying attention also. This came in a couple of weeks ago. So this might have been the ones because I heard Lionsgate had this issue where they were trying to give ultimatums to people that saw early screenings. It was like, oh, y'all can only put out positive stuff. Y'all can't really say nothing negative about the movie yet until the embargo has been lifted. And I'm sitting there like, first of all, this is why I don't do the whole early screening thing. I just go to the movies, I pay my own money, and I give y'all my overall assessment and my overall thoughts. Because one of the things I will not be trying to be like a lot of these other pundits, and y'all don't know who y'all are, but y'all are bought and paid for, but y'all sit up here and go to these screenings and you want to just take a picture and be like, oh yeah, I was here and it was great. You just sit through the movie, you went and did the red carpet, you want to hobnob with the celebrities, you go see the film, and then, or you don't even go in and watch the movie, you just take your little photos, make it look like you saw it, give a positive review, whether it was trash or not, being a yes person because you want to keep getting the invites to the studios, and then you go and leave and go about your business, but you're not really a person that gives a damn about movies like me. I actually went to film school and studied film. I worked at AMC, so I did a lot of the screenings and worked like the big red carpet premieres that the AMC Empire 25 in Times Square, we used to put a lot of those together. I'm sure they probably still have those, but I used to work a lot of those events. I did the very first Deadpool where I got to see Blake Lively and her husband, Ryan Reynolds, all that was there. I got to work the premiere of the red carpet premiere where we did American Crime Story with the one with John Travolta, and then it was the OJ one that they did. We did that one. Also, we did the Assassin's Creed, which that movie was god awful. But I got to meet Michael Fassbender. I got to meet Marion Cotillard. I got to meet the late Michael K. Williams. He was cool. Like it was just, I've got to work a lot of those events, so I see what it's like. And the great perks about AMC was like we got to see the movies before everybody else did. So that way, we're not clamoring to try to see the film. So when the movie's out, because it's always hard during opening weekend to see a lot of the movies. So the management would always try to find a way to, secure a screening for a lot of us to see the films before it happened. So I actually miss those. That was a lot of fun because it was like when you have a lot of really cool coworkers and we don't just be hanging out eating concessions that we done paid for. Yes, we paid for it. We they have the concessions or whatever, or we go to the store and buy stuff by our own, the pizza, whatever the case is, to bring it back because we didn't want to eat, the AMC stuff. Then we go and watch the movie at midnight. And then sometimes we had to be in there and then security being there with us. And then the regular guests in the building that be watching other movies try to sneak in and watch the screen. Oh, you better get the hell out. So we have to go through those too. But nevertheless, to get back to this, so what happened was, I don't like that. So they want the screenings or whatever to be all positive. Don't sit there and try to say that this is what we can say, because then it neuters the overall thought of the film. And from what the overall stuff that I've read, they said the movie's not bad. That is actually enjoyable. The Ana de Armas is pretty good as Eve, the ballerina who seeks revenge. They said that basically Ana de Armas definitely is kicking ass throughout this movie. Keanu Reeves, the scenes that they had him in, it fits wholeheartedly in the universe. He said the only thing that's the weakest part of the film is the story. But overall, the movie itself is pretty good. Like, you'll enjoy the action, but the story is a little weak. So I did compile a bunch of the tweets that people said. So we'll basically go through what some of the people said. So one person by the name of Chris Killian said the following. It said, admittedly, the story is a little shallow, but if all you want to see Ana de Armas kill enough assassins to fill a small European village, then Ballerina is a bloody, badass good time with action as intense and inventive as you'd expect from the John Wick franchise. He also went on to say, because it was in two parts, he said the sets are elegant and gorgeous, and some of the kills are flat out insane and rival that of previous John Wick films. Plus, it's great to see Gabriel Byrne back playing a ruthless, heartless villain. The last time, I'm trying to think, what was the last time I seen Gabriel Byrne as a villain? I think it was End of Days with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Remember when he played the devil? And Arnold Schwarzenegger was like this guy. You want to know something? I know a lot of people had a problem with that movie, and I don't think that movie did all that well. Actually enjoyed that film. I like End of Days. It's a little dark. And Robin Tunney playing the woman that they wanted to pass the devil's child through and bring hell on earth. I like the whole concept. I do feel like the third act kind of fell apart, but for the most part, I like the overall dark themes that was in that film. And it was cool to see Arnold Schwarzenegger kind of switch up and play a different type of character. So Joe Blow went and said this. They said the strangely worded embargo note, which they backpedaled on, might raise eyebrows, but happy to say Ballerina is actually a solid addition to the John Wick franchise and a good star vehicle for Ana de Armas, who's a born movie star. Another person went on to say, Ballerina is so hilariously over the top, I laughed through the whole thing. For better or worse, it's propulsive, has wild action, but also a painfully boring story that holds it back. John Wick's inclusion hurts the movie too, which sucks, but Ana de Armas is a true action star. And I find it interesting that they're saying that John Wick holds back the story, but I kind of feel like I wish they didn't, in a way, and I love Keanu Reeves. I already know that's my Virgo twin. We're both born September 2nd. Yes, he is older than me, way older. He's in the 60s. I'm not. But for the most part, I was just like, I wish they didn't put him in there, because they said it's a side quel. I guess we would call it that. So it's an in-between quel, because it fits in between John Wick's chapter 3 and 4, where it's like he goes to visit, the director played by Angelica Houston, where we get to see that scene in John Wick 3. And then, I guess they try to use that as a way that he encounters her in passing or something or another. And then there's this story that she actually, I guess the only way that she burns his ticket is that she's going to say that there's a quest you got to do before you go off to, Casablancas to meet Sophia, played by, I'm guessing this is what this is, played by Halle Berry. So I think before he went to go meet up with her and get the ticket burned and all this stuff, she asked him to complete this task to take out Eve or whatever the case is or something or another. I'm thinking because, they want her to stop doing what she's doing. She's breaking rules and all this other stuff. Rules got consequences. You already know that plays into the whole franchise. So I'm thinking that that's probably something that has to do with the whole situation. So I'm thinking that's what that is. Okay, so now let's go on to more. So another person went on to say, well, Armon Warman, I was about to say Armon Wiggins, said, really dug #ballerina, slickly choreographed action, which has a lot of variety. Grenades, flamethrowers, roller skates, and Ana de Armas proves she can scrap with the best of them. A worthy addition to the John Wick franchise, or please. Another person said there are some truly incredible fight sequences in Ballerina that are a blast to watch, but the plot unfortunately does it no favors. Ana de Armas kicks serious butt, and I hope we get to see more of her. Keanu Reeves is always captivating during action sequences. Another person went on to say Ana de Armas kicks all kinds of ass in Ballerina and has a knack for dispatching her many, many, many enemies with sharp objects and grenades in delightfully brutal ways. It works better when the Baba Yaga stays in the shadows, but I'll never say no to more Keanu. So that's the second person that said that the movie does much better without Keanu Reeves being into it, which makes me feel like they shoehorned him in because they were afraid that the movie that y'all wouldn't go see the film unless Keanu Reeves was in it. But here's the thing. If y'all gonna keep spinning off these franchises, y'all can't keep expecting the Baba Yaga to appear in a movie to sell your film. You have to be able to find a way for the movie to sell it on its own. And I feel like there's so many other characters that y'all could pick from in the franchise that deserves their own spin-offs. Now, I like the fact that we get Ana de Armas because I fell in love with her as an action star from her little sequence when she was in No Time to Die, the last James Bond movie. And when I heard that she was going to be the lead in this film, I was sold because I was like, she was the best part of that last James Bond movie. The movie was too long. I didn't particularly care for it. I thought Rami Malek sucked as the villain. But for the most part, I liked her scene. She was the standout. She was the one that was the most exciting part of that movie, even though her scene was probably like, what, under 10 minutes? So seeing her in this film, I just kind of wish they would have focused more on just her story and not trying to bring more people in. But I'll go see the film anyway, and I'll give you my overall assessment. Also, Len Wiseman directed this, who directed the first two Underworld movies and the Total Recall remake. And I know some people was feeling a little, hesitant, me included, on if he would be a good addition to this movie. Because I was like, I don't know if I want to see Len Wiseman direct this. Because even though he's an interesting director, I do feel like he disappointed me in a lot of ways because a lot of his movies just don't be that good. Like, I feel like he's good with the action stuff, but his stories always suffer. Like, I like Underworld. The action sequences, everything was cool. I love me some Kate Beckinsale. But if we want to talk about the story overall between the Lycans and the vampires, it was a bit convoluted at times. So there was always the potential of that franchise being great, but it never reached that for me. And Total Recall, I enjoyed all the action and stuff that was in that film. The film looked visually, the cinematography was great in his Total Recall, but the story was I don't know, I just felt a little too dark for me, and I really didn't enjoy it all that much. Now, let me just hurry up and finish with this so we can move on to the next topic. So, oh, this was the one that I saw that was pretty long. I gotta open this one. So one person said Ballerina is Hey Chalice, or is it Chalice? Said Ballerina is hands down one of the top 3 in the John Wick franchise. The action doesn't stop until the credits roll. Ana de Armas is that girl. The incredible fight sequences stole the show. Love how the film didn't need Keanu to carry it. It was a force on its own. So everybody's pretty much saying that you didn't need Keanu. And I kind of wish that the overall insecurity of Lionsgate didn't push for him being in the film. But it is what it is, and what I don't even think that's the only thing that showed the insecurity for that film. I also think the insecurity came from the way they were promoting it, which I've already told you I was bitching about. They kept putting so many clips of the fight sequences all over YouTube, and I'm sitting there like, what are y'all doing? Why are y'all showing all these fight scenes, even though it was like maybe a minute long or a little, maybe a bit over a minute? But still, I didn't want to see a lot of the fight stuff. I wanted to actually go in and watch the fight sequences and have the goosebumps because I had heard about one of the fight sequences, and that was because of John Campea when he went to CinemaCon, and they talked about the sequence with Ana de Armas in the kitchen fighting one of the assassins with a bunch of damn, I think, what was it? The plates. It was a plate sequence. They showed that. I'm like, okay, this will be it. No, they kept bringing in more stuff, like her with grenades and the ice skate. And then I'm sitting there like, what are y'all doing? Why y'all? And then he would show the scene with Norman Reedus where she meets him, and then there's a whole situation that happens with them and assassins trying to kill them. So I'm just like, you're revealing too much of this movie. So I was getting pissed off because it just showed like Lionsgate does not believe in this movie. And then of course the whole embargo thing. It's just showing that Lionsgate does not believe in this movie. And if you don't believe in your movie, the fans won't. So stop with the sabotaging because you want this movie to be successful. Okay, so now let's get to the last one. And one person, was it Luminous Dagger, said this. They said, hashtag Ballerina is a great addition to the world of John Wick and its ice-breaking, bone-crunching, and gut-spilling action. Len Wiseman brings a fresh set of eyes to the franchise with his style, offering a great balance of storytelling and action that hasn't been felt in the John Wick series before. Ana de Armas is the perfect fit for Eve, and she kills it in her best action role yet, portraying a character that's not only lethal, but nuanced. The movie is nicely paced with phenomenal camera work and stands out in set pieces and that topple the early days of the John Wick franchise with stunts and action sequences that feel unique to Eve and her Rusko-Roma upbringing, which is basically the same people that John Wick was raised by, the Rusko-Roma, because I believe he also was an orphan. Its ending might feel stale and boring in comparison to the rest of the franchise, but this is still a film that kicks total ass. So, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing this movie. I'm a fan of like action. I definitely love watching women who kick ass. Hopefully we can get more movies like this. The Armor has been screaming from the rooftops that we need to see more women kicking butt and stuff. We don't need y'all, going to pre-existing IPs and trying to give a female version of it. Like literally go and create a whole new character where the world is your oyster. You can do whatever. It's kind of like what Chad Stahelski and Keanu Reeves said about John Wick. They were like, oh, John Wick wouldn't ride a horse in New York. I'm like, who said that he wouldn't? Because this is not a pre-existing IP. This is a whole new story that was created. We could do whatever we want with our character. So if John Wick wants to ride side saddle on a horse shooting people on motorcycles, we're going to make him do it. In the middle of New York, we're going to make him do it. If we're going to have people do all kinds of crazy stuff, we're going to do it because we can do whatever we want in our world. As long as you don't go in a Fast and the Furious territory and get ridiculous, I can totally understand that. But if you can ground the action and come up with some cool stuff, then I'm here for it. And I really hope that people go out and support this film so that way, they make some, we can see more female-centered action movies because I'd always like watching women kick butt on the big screen and the small screen or in any screen. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? You guys excited as I am to go see Ballerina when it comes out this week? I believe the embargo of all the other reviews lifts tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. And I believe the movie comes out on Friday, but Thursday they do like the early releases at 7 p.m. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Ooh. What we talking about? Oh, you said, I just realized as a 40-year-old Billie Eilish fan, I want to see her, but it's definitely hard. She sold out both nights. Pretty good. Well, I worked the last tour. It was pretty good. Because as a teen idol, she will sell out immediately like Olivia. And there was a lot of young girls at her shows. But I want to see Kesha instead, and her tickets are under $100, even in the UK. That's good that she's charging low prices. Is Scissor Sisters going to be a part of that show as well, or is it like when she goes overseas, she's changing up the lineup of people who's performing with her? That's what I'm curious about. Me and my mom are planning a cruise in 2027. I thought, to the Antarctica. I've never done a cruise. My parents have always done cruises. They were like, oh, you should try one. I was like, I don't know. If I do a cruise, it might be a homosexual one. But I don't know if I would do like a regular cruise. You said Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds thought Justin Baldoni was a brown Indian guy. They could get away with stealing a movie. One big problem, he's actually full-blooded Italian. I guess because they can't tell because he's got that dark hair, that dark wavy hair. And, Italians, a lot of them tan. So they've got like that Italian Sicilian, like those dark features. So they thought they was going to come up in there and be a racist or whatever. His last name is Baldoni. I don't know where they got Indian from. His skin is dark, but that last name should have given it away. Basically, he will colonize your assets and basically Godfather both. Well, look, now they out here looking stupid. We'll get to that story when we get to it. Yeah, the embargo is weird. Shout out to, I'm saying drum domes. Yeah, I talk to Lee every now and again when I'm on social media and stuff. So yeah, it is weird. It's weird. It's dumb. It didn't make no sense. I'm just like, what are you doing? No other movies is doing this. Y'all the only ones. Lionsgate is a mess. Look, I don't even think Lionsgate even believed in the original John Wick movie because they didn't even come on as distributors. They made no money from the first movie because they distributed all the films overseas. Like they were in charge of working out the international distributions, but not the at-home one, and nobody wanted to touch the movie. So then Lionsgate was like, okay, fuck it, we'll do it. And they didn't profit from it, but they probably profited later on. Oh, you say this is the U.S. I think also don't she have Slater and Rose Gray are a part of it too? I guess having all of them is on all of them is because you'll be able to have like they could all do their songs, whatever the case is. Kesha, I don't think has that many songs that she could do a full 2-hour show. No. Yeah, I'll have to check to see if because I was like Rose Gray. I was like, child, we should have got Slater. Slater is definitely a key on stage. Anyway, let's move on, y'all. Okay, let's get into some homosexual movie news. I know it's a little early because normally I always say the homosexual stuff for the end. But a couple of months ago, I think, so, yeah, it might have been last year actually. We were talking about that George A. Romero, who is the godfather of zombie films. His daughter is actually a filmmaker named Tina, and it looked like she's literally following in the footsteps of her father because she has a new movie coming out that's a zombie film, but it features members of the LGBTQ community, and the movie is called I was gonna say Queen of the Universe, Queens, sorry, of the Dead. So, and so Entertainment Weekly had the exclusive photos, and I'm gonna be bringing up the photos and stuff while we talk, but I would just give you the article. So they said at one point during Queens of the Dead, a character makes a point to say, this is not a George A. Romero movie as zombies take over New York City. It's the most meta of all the references to the pioneer of zombie cinema in the film, which marks the directorial debut of George's daughter, Tina Romero. She said, I am his kid. There's no denying it, and he has influenced me greatly. This is what she told Entertainment Weekly ahead of the movie's world premiere this June 7th at the Tribeca Film Festival. It's going to be busy in New York. Like, one thing about New York that I love in the summertime especially, it's always busy. Like, we have the Tribeca Film Festival, the Tonys is next week, it's Pride Month. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's happening in New York. But they also do, like, I think in Bryant Park, where they do, like, where you can go and watch a bunch of damn movies and stuff, where they have it on the screen and you can go for free and see it and stuff. So she said, now they said that I had fun doing my little Romero nods throughout the film, and we have some good ones. Tom Savini, an actor who worked on many of George's movies in the filmmaker's heyday, is one such nod. Another is an appearance by Galen Ross, who featured in 1978's Dawn of the Dead. But to echo that specific piece of dialogue, Romero is profoundly proud of the fact, that Queens of the Dead isn't a George A. Romero movie, and not just because of the subject matter. A kooky assemblage of LGBTQ plus partygoers must hunker down at a warehouse drag show. when a zombie outbreak occurs. The zombie apocalypse is such a rich sandbox to play in when it comes to social commentary. I can't be my dad's daughter without making an attempt of saying something with zombies. This is what she said. I did want this to be a film in which I am paying homage to the world and the monster he created. But I'm also introducing my own voice. It's very much not a film he would make, but it is using his vocabulary and is playing by his rules. As far as the queer element, on one hand, I just feel like the gays need a zombie film. It's time we get to have a big gay zombie movie. Absolutely, because here's the thing. As somebody who is a huge horror movie fan, as someone who also is a part of the Levitical community, or as I like to call it, for short, of LGBTQ. Well, how short could you make it with LGBTQ, right? But as someone who was a huge fan of horror, and queer people are very much, we always feel like we could relate more with horror out of any other genre, because horror films are always about the other, the outcast, the ones that people should be afraid of. And when you look at so much hatred that we're getting from the others, the ones who the bigots out there who want LGBTQ plus people to die, who are out here harassing trans people. There was a story that I saw, or not even a story, a video of a trans girl who her and her friend were at I can't remember where it was, probably was in a red state, that they were at a moving company situation, parked her car next to a moving truck. The people that were there, the men were there, I guess, worked for the company. They were harassing them. One of the guys actually smacked the girl. Then we had a situation where there was a trans man who wanted to go use the bathroom. They told him, because of where he was, I think it was Texas or something or another, that you had to use the bathroom of the gender you were assigned. So he goes to use the women's bathroom, and then they beat him up. So it's like, what? Like, what is happening? So in so many ways, like, yeah, we feel like we're the other. We have to come out and do we need to do to try to survive. So it's like, yeah, we relate so much to a lot of these characters. Plus, I think we relate a lot to the monsters, like the old Universal monsters, like Frankenstein and Dracula and all these other people. And I don't know, why can't we have, the one thing I also love about horror movies is that the social commentary aspect. So, like, I feel like that's the one genre you can do these social commentary metaphors, which is like what Tina Romero is getting at, and a lot of the themes when you look at a lot of her father's movies, particularly like Night of the Living Dead, where you had the lead hero was a black man, and in those days the overall racism was going on, and then at the end how he survived everything, and then what happens? I don't know if what was he, a racist or something? The guy goes and thinks that the black guy is a zombie, and they shoot him and he kill him dead. So there's social commentary and all of that. And if you look at any of the other ones, particularly like when we're talking about the consumption of like the malls and all this stuff, the metaphor behind that with Dawn of the Dead and all this other. So there's always been a bit of social commentary that has been in a lot of those movies, cloaked with horror. So it's like you get to see all the blood and gore, but then there's a story beneath that. And I always like stuff like that. So I do feel like we need more content where we get to see queer people represented in different things, because queer people like horror movies, queer people like science fiction, queer people like action, queer people like rom-coms, but we want to see that representation more. So I'm glad that we're getting that from Tina and all that good stuff. So now they said the faces in front of the camera are the equivalent of queer Avengers. Without spoiling key points of the film, there is in fact a suiting up montage scene involving a glittery Captain America-esque shield. Katie O'Brien from Love Lives Bleeding plays Dre, a stressed out party promoter who's trying to throw an epic warehouse rager with drag queens in Brooklyn on the very night the undead starts to rise. As the city goes into lockdown mode, Dre teams up with a crew of big personalities played by Jaquel Spivey from Mean Girls, the movie musical, Nina West from RuPaul's Drag Race, Tomas Matos, from Fire Island, who I actually ran into one time on the train. They are every bit as non-binary as you can get. Like, be outside with the little skirts on, the wear the whole crazy outfit. You see Tomas, he's right in this picture next to Dominique Jackson from Pose. Every minute, what you see here is what you see if you met them in person, because I think they go by they them pronouns. Then we had stand-up comic Margaret Cho, Jack Haven from I Saw the TV Glow, as I mentioned, Dominique Jackson from Pose, and Cheyenne Jackson from American Horror Story. Now, Quincy Dunn Baker from Nona's plays the token straight guy of the group, Romero's riff on the more common token gay person, while Ricky Lindholm, from Knives Out, Shawnette Renee Wilson from The Resident, Becca Blackwell from Survivor of the Thickest, Eve Lindley, The Dispatches from Elsewhere, and drag artist Julie J also featured. And so Romero didn't initially have plans to follow so closely in her father's footsteps by directing a zombie movie. Growing up, she was more interested in gender swap Peter Pan or other modernized takes on storybook figures, saying, quote, "I didn't want to touch the genre unless it felt authentic to me." And that's what she said in the comments. Now, after moving to New York, where she enrolled in NYU's Tisch graduate film program, Romero moonlighted as DJ Tricks, landing her first residency at this DJ alter ego at Hot Rabbit, a recurring queer dance party, saying, quote, "It was really interesting courtside seat to the evolution of the queer community. Over the decade that I was DJing in the queer scene in New York City, I saw the community shift from a world that was more split up, boys versus girls, to a world that was much more mixed and identity agnostic. A single experience instantly sparked the idea for Queens of the Dead. One year, the co-promoter of Hot Rabbit at the time broke off to start a rival party on the same night, saying there was big drama on social media. The original promoter posted this manifesto begging the question, when will queer communities stop devouring its own? And it hit me like a bolt of lightning. I was like, oh my God. This would be how I would want to explore the zombie genre in this world of queer nightlife. It's colorful. It's full of fascinating characters. It's a world I know. It has music. It has lots of people who are scrappy and know how to make stuff work. It's New York. It's so many things, not to mention the intersection of drag and zombies. Transformation-wise, I got very titillated by the idea. They were saying that O'Brien loved it as well. Before Love Lies Bleeding, her lesbian romance thriller with Kristen Stewart, even opened in theaters. Romero sent the rising actress a letter to gauge her interest, saying, quote, "I'm a big horror fan. I'll bite. Let me read the script." Saying it was something that I was looking forward to doing because I just don't get to do humor very often. Also, like that it's very unapologetically queer. We're not coding anybody or anything, as we should not. So they said the end credits of the movie feature a special thanks to Tom Cruise too. And they said that's because the production of Mission Impossible allowed O'Brien, who appeared in that film as character Kodiak, a week off to appear in Queens of the Dead. They said the entire production, and I forgot that she's in that movie. They said the entire production was a scrappy affair, which wasn't unfamiliar territory to the cast. Nina West, for instance, knows a thing or two about using hot glue, some sequins, and a sewing machine to make Drag Race eleganza. The shoot largely played out at a warehouse in New Jersey, though 2 scenes entailed the crew running around without a permit, basically on the streets of Bushwick. Well, sometimes you got to do that guerrilla style. I know a lot of friends of mine who direct that do that too. And yeah, Bushwick, I used to live out in Bushwick, so I already know how that is. So she said our budget was not big and people really were doing this out of the love of the project. I think it really shows. Our hair and makeup department pulled in some favors and got all this zombie stuff. I think The Bride had just shot there, which is the Maggie Gyllenhaal movie about Frankenstein's monster, and his bride shot in on around New York City, which I'm hearing great reviews about, and I definitely want to see that movie when it comes out. I also want to see before I get to the rest of this story, I also want to see what was it? Oh, the new Frankenstein movie that Guillermo del Toro directed with Oscar Isaac and Jacob Elordi. I definitely want to see that too. Like I've heard that well, not I heard, but I looked at we saw the trailer. It looks pretty good. And I don't think that if it wasn't Netflix, they wouldn't have allowed Guillermo to do what he wanted to do with his own Frankenstein movie. So, also, what I'm to say, I don't know if they were supposed to give us this, but they gave us whatever donations that they had left over and really just pieced together something so cool and unique and quirky and enjoyable. Now, Romero will never know what her father, who died in 2017 at age 77, would have thought about the final film, which she wrote with Aaron Judge. However, she was lucky to pitch him early on. He said, "I love it. Run with it. Go for it." Unfortunately, he never got to read the completed script because it took me about 7 years to get this developed, and it's gone through so many iterations over the years, but I did have his blessing. And you want to know something? It's not easy to get a movie made, but you accomplish something that a lot of people don't get to accomplish. And I'm hoping that this movie actually is pretty good. I know it's up at the Tribeca Film Festival this week, so they're going to be looking for distributors. I think the perfect home for it. I mean, I hope it gets a theatrical release and probably get like a little limited release or whatever. But if there was a home that I would love to see it at, I would definitely love to see Shudder buy the rights to this film and put it on there. Shudder has pretty much been at the forefront of representation of queer horror content, especially when we have like there's been a couple of movies and things that they put on there that is, queer based. And we also have Dragula on there. So I think it would be a perfect home for Queens of the Dead to appear on Shudder. And I definitely am looking forward to seeing this movie when it comes out. So and I'm hoping that it's good enough that it inspires more people. Shit, I'm hoping it'll inspire me to get out here and make my own queer horror film. So I have to say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Are now that we've got a couple of photos, we have some story behind the scenes stuff regarding this film, hopefully with Tribeca Film Festival coming up in a couple of days, that we'll hear some good things in the press. We'll get a review of the movie and it gets picked up somewhere. Somebody distributes the film and then we actually get to see it when we get to see it. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Are you saying Phoenix got Slayer? You said, yes, gay zombie, the agenda cannot be stopped. Okay. He said, we got the shithole Texas legislative. Yeah, that was another thing too. Like there's so much stuff going on right now with the homophobia and especially all that stuff that's going on in Texas where they're banning clubs like gay straight alliances and all kinds of other clubs. They're banning a lot of, the homophobia is apparent in Texas right now. And then we had this situation where the actor from King of the Hill was killed. He lived in Texas. And you got the people out there saying, oh, it's not a hate crime. So it's like, we already know what Texas gives with this type of situation. But yeah, we love us some homosexual zombies over here. Looking forward to seeing it. All right, y'all, let's move on. Let's talk about Michael B. Jordan. So Michael B. Jordan is opening up about some advice that basically that he got from Denzel Washington. He did an interview. I guess he's on the cover of New York Magazine. And he said that he doesn't post much on social media or talk to the press about his personal life in order to create a demand for himself as a movie star. And I agree with that. Like, he's taking the Beyonce approach. Like Beyonce does that. There's a lot of, and I feel like, well, Michael B. Jordan is like what, in his mid to late 30s? So yeah, he's already established himself in the business where it's like he doesn't have to be out here relying on social media, spreading his business and having people looking at him and being all up in his business and knowing who he's sleeping with. The last woman that we heard that he was messing with was Lori Harvey. And when he got with Lori Harvey, people was out here calling it, oh, it's fake, it's performative, you ain't really in a relationship with her because apparently he does the mixed race thing, like he dates women outside his race. People got a problem with that. And it's like, you know what? I agree with him. Don't put your business on social media because any little thing you do, people feel like that they know you. They feel like that your relationship and your whole situation is up for scrutiny. And it's like, who are you to sit up here and judge what I'm doing? But he said he got this advice from none other than Denzel Washington. So Jordan, who counts Denzel as one of his biggest inspirations, shared with the magazine that Washington actually gave him career advice, encouraging him to stay offline as to not risk being overexposed. Washington put things bluntly by asking Jordan, why would they pay to see you on a weekend if they could see you all week for free? Movie stardom has been what Jordan has been working towards since making the career jump from TV to films. The actor appeared in movies like Hardball as a kid, but his TV supporting roles on The Wire and Friday Night Lights are what really made him one to watch. You want to know something? As much as I love you, Variety, which I'm not going to do is play in the daytime soap fans' face. You are not going to sit up in here and try to act like that Michael B. Jordan wasn't on All My Children, because that's where I knew him from. So we're not going to sit up and be like, oh, we're going to talk about Friday Night Lights because it was critically acclaimed and everybody loved that show, or The Wire because it was critically acclaimed and everybody loved that show. And don't get me wrong, I love The Wire. The Wire was my show, especially when we talk about queer characters. Omar was my character. Like, I love seeing someone who was gay and proud, didn't give a fuck who knew, had his man, showing love for his man and everything. And when Omar was in the neighborhood and somebody said Omar's coming, everybody knew to run, scattered like roaches with the lights, once the lights come on. So that was like seeing something completely different. And that's what I love about that. Yeah, you can create characters that aren't stereotypical. So I like The Wire, but y'all not gonna play in our face over, us daytime soap fans and try to act like he wasn't Jack Montgomery's adopted son over there on All My Children. He said, quote, I was really, really, really unsure what my career was going to be in 12 years ago. Am I a TV actor? Where am I going? And I was like, man, I just want an independent film. I can show what I can do. And I just need to know if I can carry a film or not, if I could be a lead. Well, look, if y'all saw the films that he was in, like Fruitville Station and most recently Sinners, we definitely know that Michael Bakari Jordan has what it takes to lead a movie. I know some people might get mad at me for saying this, but I feel like at this point, if Mahershala Ali never gets to be Blade, y'all could always choose Michael B. Jordan to take on the mantle. He's young enough. You can have him do plenty of those films. You see that he can handle action based on what we saw in that movie, and you can get him into training to do. I mean, I believe, didn't he do another action movie that I think was based on a Tom Clancy novel? I think it was a movie that was on Prime Video or something or another. So I definitely could see Michael B. Jordan getting up there and doing something like that. So why not? But I don't remember like, he was Blade. Whatever. Why? Because he already played he already was in a vampire centered movie. With a lot of vampire stuff in it. So there's that. It's a little loophole, I guess. So yeah, they said the script for Fruitville Station ended up making its way to Jordan, and a meeting with the film's director Ryan Coogler got added to his schedule. The meeting was life-changing. Ryan told me he thought I was a movie star. He thought I was a great actor, and he wanted to show the rest of the world that he wanted to make the movie with me. So what it was that he put that energy out there was like, I want people to take me seriously. I want people to see that, yes, I can carry a movie. I want to be a movie star. I want to graduate from being in the world of television. And there's nothing wrong with TV. Because you see actors now that are doing, shows on streaming services, and they're getting in that whole bag, and they're also doing films. So they're jumping around and doing things. Way back in the day, it was kind of like frowned upon if you were a movie star and you want to do TV or vice versa. But the times have changed, and people are more susceptible and open to doing different things and not trying to put limitations on what they can and cannot do as an acting choice. So it was good that Michael had someone that believed in him and saw his potential and was like, I see in you what other people haven't seen, and I want to take you to that place and make it happen so that way they see what I see. And I feel like at the end of the day, like I've always said this, I've always wanted like a partner like a career partner that gets that sees the potential and is like, I see your potential. I see what you're made of. I see what you can do. And I want to take you and I want to help you get to that next level. And I feel like we all should, like, if you're a creative person, that's always something that I feel like you aspire to be. So I like the idea that Denzel gave him that advice. And I feel like, you know what, in this point of Michael's career, he's laid down the foundation where he's able to do that, where he doesn't need to rely on social media. He was already a name in so many ways before social media became this big, crazy thing now that everybody pretty much, well, not everybody, but a lot of people rely on. He doesn't need to be like the Kardashians, where he relies on social media to bring stuff, to the forefront. He's not hawking products. Although I think he does hawk products when he does like commercials and things. But he doesn't need all of that. He's an actor. So he's in a space where he doesn't need to do all the things where he's got to use social media. It might be a little harder, I would think, for like the newer generation coming up because, they're not as known as Michael B. Jordan is. So to wrap this all up, they said Washington's advice has remained a linchpin for Jordan, who does not wait. Who said who? I guess they're saying who does not have because they forgot to put that in there. They put who does not accounts, who does not have accounts on popular social media platforms like Twitter or TikTok. He doesn't need Twitter. Twitter's trash, and TikTok is like people making little videos and stuff on it. You don't really need TikTok. Jordan does use Instagram, where he boasts 25 million followers, but rarely posts outside of press tours for his film projects. Washington directed Jordan in the 2021 romance film, A Journal of Jordan. So that's how they became friends. He gave him that advice. But I feel like, yeah, if you have Instagram, just use it to post your photo shoots. Like if you do photo shoots with, like, okay, if I'm on the cover of New Yorker, I'm advertising. Like I would use Instagram if I was in Michael's situation to advertise what I'm doing, like movie projects. If I'm on the cover of a magazine, little interview clips and stuff that I'm doing promoting certain films. If I want people to go out there, go support my movie, like that's what I would be using it for. Anything that's going on with like my personal life, like who I'm fucking, y'all would never know that. But I guess because I am personable in the job that I'm doing, I would definitely tell y'all. But as an actor, I would keep all that private. Or you would see, like, if I'm hanging out with my dogs, or whatever the case was, I was like, yeah, I would do those. But other than that, it's like, yeah, you got to keep the personal like personal. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you think this is solid advice that's coming from Denzel to Michael Bakari Jordan? I was like, wait a minute, I'm getting a message. All right, so let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I think it was wait, hold on. Oh, it was my mother texting me. Anyway, let's see what the people are saying. They act like they act like coming from soap opera is something to be ashamed of, I guess is what you're trying to say. Limited his exposure is great advice because I know I'm ready to pay good money to see him. I believe there is pictures on social media of Michael on a beach naked. Google it. My blender just exploded with red salt. Not your kitchen looks like a gay zombie set. Probably does. I figured you would move today's show to tomorrow, but I love a late show. Um, no, tomorrow. Well, tomorrow I'm doing. Tomorrow I'm not going to be able to come on because I'm doing a Post Malone concert. So, um, I won't be on tomorrow, but I will be back on Thursday. Friday I won't be on because I'm doing the Lil Wayne concert. So I'm about to be busy. Mhm. All right, y'all, where we going? Oh, let's get into this Diddler story because I mean, y'all can pretty much, there's other pundits out here doing all the blow by blow testimonies. I'm at a point where I just don't care about this whole Diddy thing. Like, I was just like, oh, yeah, I'll give y'all daily stuff. But I'm just like, I'm not as engaged. I don't care. But if there's any interesting stories that's evolving around Diddy and discoveries of things that is mentioned in the trial, I will definitely be bringing it up on this show. But if y'all want to see if you want to get the play by plays, y'all can go see Tisa Tells. Y'all can watch Armon Wiggins. You can watch Mims. They probably breaking it down better than I am because me personally, I just don't give a good goddamn. But for the most part, this is the type of mess that I like. So the Diddler apparently auditioned to play, well, a one woman beater went to go audition to play another woman beater because James Brown was out here whooping women's ass. I don't know if y'all knew them stories, but I used to hear them stories. When I was a kid, my mother used to tell me them stories. Oh, he a woman beater. So I was like, it's not news. It's not shock. So yeah, so Sean the Diddler Combs auditioned apparently to play James Brown in the 2014 Universal biopic Get On Up. It was revealed in the hip hop mogul's sex trafficking trial. The part ultimately, went to, as you can see in the picture, Chadwick Boseman. Combs' interest in the role was revealed during the cross-examination of Mia, one of his former assistants who had accused him of R-word and SA. She is testifying under a pseudonym. Various text messages between Mia and Combs are shown to the court as evidence. In one August 2020 message, Mia wrote, "Thinking of you" with Chadwick Boseman, in reference to the actor's death. She then said that Combs was auditioning for the role of James Brown. In her message, Mia said that she had Combs' audition tape and would send it to him. It sounded like a high budget bid for the role, as Mia described the audition tape as a production, that they put on for a week. In other texts to Combs, Mia described some of the magical, hilarious memories they shared. One story involved Mick Jagger apparently hitting on Mia, and another described a high-stakes poker game between Combs and Leonardo DiCaprio. According to Mia's text, Combs said that at the time, the Titanic motherfucker doesn't know ish. He won $10,000. I won $650,000. Throughout her 8 years working with Combs, Mia described alleged violence as SA, saying the highs were really high and the lows were really low. So it kind of makes you wonder if the diddler was depressed when he was, or you think it might have been like from the drugs, like when you do a whole lot of drugs, how you end up just being a hot old mess and all this other stuff, and it's like you have these high of highs and low of lows, which they always say comes from like bipolar disorder. If you're not, if you're not taking the medication. So they said that she did not want to tell anybody about the alleged R word and wanted to die with it, adding that she was brainwashed by Combs and was constantly seeking his approval, even after she stopped working for him. Last week, Mia testified that Combs once slammed her arm at a commercial-grade door repeatedly. Another time, he allegedly threw her against a wall while beating his girl. Damn, he was ambidextrous. He was able to multitask. He beat your ass and Cassie ass at the same time. He said that another time he allegedly threw her against a wall while beating his girlfriend Cassie. And one year at Burning Man, he forced Mia to make ketamine, which I'm sure y'all heard that. Though that's Elon drug of choice. Y'all heard that story about the New York Times did a whole expose on Elon being a damn drug addict, that he liked ketamine and ecstasy. Mia said she suffered from severe PTSD from her time working for Combs, and that the alleged R word is the worst and most shameful thing that's ever happened to me. Now here's the thing, and I intentionally chose this picture because I wanted to be messy. Because I was like, okay, if you're gonna play James Brown, we got to show you looking like this mess. But I can see why I went to Chadwick Boseman. Number one, I could not see. I understand Diddy had aspirations to want to be an actor. Yeah, he's appeared in a couple of things. I think most notably, the only thing off the top of my head that I could think of that I remember him being in, because I don't know how many roles he actually did and got, but he played Halle Berry inmate husband in Monsters Ball. So that's the only thing. Well, I think he was executed, but that's the only thing I remember him from. And him trying to play James Brown, like, no. I know you have your little ego, whatever the case is, but as an actor, Diddy suffers from the same thing that I say suffer from people like Madonna and Beyonce. Y'all are not willing to let yourselves go and become these characters, like actual actors. Like, I couldn't see Diddy actually going in wanting to really embody the role of James Brown. Like, I just can't see him possibly pulling that off. But I would love for somebody to leak that damn audition so we could see what it looked like. Hopefully somebody does that. But anyway, I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding this character, Mia, and what she had to say about the diddler and him actually appearing on audition to be James Brown? I also heard that while everybody else has been keeping Mia's, who she is, her identity under wraps and all this stuff, I heard that old fat chipmunk bastard, academics, or wackademics, I should call him, that he went and revealed who the woman was. I don't know. I didn't read it. I didn't hear about it. I just thought it was a headline that was out. So I'm like, I'm not even giving that energy because he's an idiot. And I'm not surprised that he would try to do that because wasn't he accused of allegedly raping somebody? So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right. So now we're going to go from one R-worded story to another. Let's talk about Ray J, who's out here accusing Suge Knight, Mr. Rival Music Mogul, of S-ing men behind bars. I'm like, chill. And look. Oh, and I think he came out with all of this because Suge Knight went and said that Diddy and Ray J were lovers. I was like, wait, hold on, because I got to see, like, oh, okay, I got it. I was like, do I got a picture for that one? And do. And look, this is one of the pictures where he was sitting there talking, look at them eyes. Don't he look higher than Cooter Brown? I don't know if it was, he had some weed up in him or some alcohol or probably both. But I think that Ray J is somebody who definitely need to go to rehab because you giving me Orlando Brown tease with a lot of the stuff that you be saying out here in these streets. But anyway, so Ray J and Puffy were lovers, bro. Really? This is what Ray J began on Friday. I was looking for the video. I could not find. Oh, wait, hold on. Do I have the video? Oh, wait, I actually do have the video. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull that open. And will. So, yeah, I do got the video. Hold on. We're going to go to that video. We're going to hear what Ray J got to say.
And now Suge trying to say that me and Puffy are lovers, and that me and Puffy are lovers, bro. Really? That's how low you want to go, Suge? Me and Ray J and Puffy are lovers, bro.
That's on the dead homies,
bro. Ray J and Puffy are lovers, bro.
Hey yo, what the fuck?
That's what Suge trying to say. Now, anyway, Suge's disappointed me. It let me know that Suge's a complete cunt. I never thought that I would publicly say that Suge's a cunt because I've always had Suge's back, and I don't mean ass. Unbelievable, Suge. Like, for you to showcase how dirty and dark you are, and I've been supporting you even through the dark times, and now you want to, like, disrespect the gay agency and say that I'm doing gay shit when you know I'm not. And if you're not, the gay agency mad because they like, damn, he's saying you doing gay shit, bro. And if you are, and I didn't tell the gay agency, bro, they gonna take me, bro. If I tell my gay friends that I've been gay and I ain't gay and I lied to them, bro, you know what's gonna happen to me? Bro, it ain't gonna look good, bro. So you got my whole agency team questioning like what I'm doing, bro, and you know what's up. You know you the one. Suge. Suge, okay. Remember, all right, I'm only gonna say this because I don't wanna talk, I don't wanna say too much.
You seem like he has to spill his tea.
I don't know if y'all remember when I entered into the news game last year, but now I'm an official affiliate for multiple news networks. I have my own news show. It's called The Reality Check. Me and Amber Rose just closed a new big deal with a multimedia news firm, so we'll be the new anchors of some mainstream shit happening, right? But if you remember, I said asses are being taken. Asses are being taken in ways that nobody can explain. I said that on the national news. That shit went viral. And guess what? Niggas thought I was talking about Diddy. That's why I got into it with his sons, because they come press me. I'm like, bro, mind y'all business. Y'all don't even know who I'm talking about. Nigga, I'm talking about Suge, bro. I'm talking about Suge taking niggas, not Diddy. Suge is a big ass raper taker for men, bro.
Well, before we get back to this clip, well, you know the hit dog a holler, especially when it comes from them Combs kids. That's why they was out here trying to windmill hard for their daddy, because they want to remain in that damn will. God forbid daddy don't ever get out of jail. Which the word on the curb is that Donald Trump is planning on talking about he's thinking about pardoning Diddy, which is like, I just hate it here. Like, y'all just want this whole country to be run and overrun by a bunch of incels, rapists, abusers, and robber barons and thieves. That's what y'all want. All the criminals are running the insane asylum. Let's get back.
I mean, a real taker. And he can't deny this, bro. We used to go to the store and get that nigga like 25 sticks of like butter, parquet butter, the sticks. He used to take them back and he used to shove them up niggas' ass and fuck them, bro. And females. It was crazy, bro. I can't even believe that I said that. But since you trying to darken my name, Suge, and trying to say some gay shit about me when you know I got a lot of gay friends and you know the gay community supports me. So, you know, like I'm bulletproof unless my dick been in that hole. And if it was, then I'll be celebrated even more because now I'm like one of the flyest, gayest niggas out, but I can't take that credit. I can't do that, bro. And you trying to throw gay shit on me like it's bad to be gay when you know that my dick's only going in pussy holes, bro. It's crazy, bro. But we know what holes you like. Every hole. You was fucking bitches in the ass, niggas in the ass, bitches in the ear, the nose, everything, bro. Like, forget being gay. You was like nose. You was like ear, nigga. I don't know what that's called. Fucking people in the ear? What sexuality is that? Ear sexual?
Okay, that was, I don't know. I don't know how long that video go on. Chad, you were saying way too much. The mouth was mouthing. I think we good. It was like, you're doing too much, Ray J. Brandy, come get your brother. Please come get your brother. Come get your brother. Come get your brother. Because what is going on Beyonce and Blue Ivy's internet? So let's read what some of the people said in the comments, and then we could just move on from this foolishness. One person said over there at Wackademics channel, because that's where I got the clip from. One person said, this man is hilarious with a straight face. Another person said the Gagency and did some laugh emojis. I'm like, what the hell is that? All of a sudden, you call something. You know what? That's a good idea. Maybe I need to call the Gagency. That is a clever name, though. Another person said Ray J in the Trolling Hall of Fame, ATP. Another person said, I can't take this man serious at all. Like, I'm in tears. Like, he be saying some crazy stuff, and you don't know if he BSing or if this is just him reading with a straight face. But Ray J just be so, like, when you seen him in that video, he definitely looked like he was out of it. Like, lay off that brown liquor, because we all know, like, you the type that, it don't look like you drink the clear stuff. Like, you give me, like, you do whiskey, Hennessy, like, you be down there doing that knuckle liquor. That's what it gives me, that knuckle liquor. Hennessy. Remember back then, y'all ever had an Incredible Hulk, Hennessy and Hypnotic? I used to mess with that when I was younger. When I was in my 20s, never again. I'm surprised I got a living with how much I was drinking that. Another person said, dude should have made this statement wearing something other than a purple silk shirt and hoop earrings. Another person said, I believe it. Another person said, pause. You know, I hate when people say pause and stuff. It's so juvenile. Another person said the Gagency is the booty goons. Makes sense. And they said the ears and the nose. Yeah, that's why I was like, child, I don't know what all this is, but yeah, Ray J, you a mess. I don't know what to believe at this point, but I will say this. I'm highly entertained by the shenanigans. So I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Ray J out here clapping back at Suge Knight? Because Suge was out here saying that Ray J out here being Diddy's butt buddy. And he was like, but you was out here hunching dudes too, allegedly. Now, do I believe the part that he was actually talking about Suge? I don't think he was. I think he was talking about the diddler. But now this is the perfect opportunity for him to kind of put it in the whole Suge thing. He just like real quick with his lies and the BS. So he was able to kind of equate the Suge thing to kind of get himself off the Diddy thing. But I think he was talking about the diddler. But I would not be surprised if somebody like a Suge Knight who gives me tiny list of T's, excuse me, he rests in peace, talking about it in the conversation. Like, he definitely gives me like, yeah, you be out here banging out dudes too, to bitch them out and to put them in a place. It's not about, like, when I tell you sexual assault is not about sex, it's about power. It's about control. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Oh, Roy said, what is it with black people siding with abusers? I mean, do we have time to even break this down? I don't even think we have enough time in the show for me to get into like the history of black people siding with the oppressor and that sort of thing. Like, we be here all day. It goes back to the days of slavery. So I would not put nothing past Suge. What he got to lose? He in jail. I blame Sonya for pushing both siblings. I mean, look, she had to make Ray J, I guess, feel like a little something, something. So Diddy's wig looks more like old school Prince, like Prince on American Bandstand way back. Well, the only reason why I picked that photo was to be messy. That wasn't him doing the whole James Brown thing. I was like, that's the closest we're going to get to seeing what he would look like as James Brown. So that's why I picked the wig, because I was being messy. So yeah, I don't see him as James Brown though. Child, don't even get me started on Amber Rose, who also was out here siding with Tory Lanez. And acting like all of a sudden, because she got that big old cue ball of a head and put big old black shades around it and wears them indoors, which I don't trust nobody wears shades indoors. Just because he, you know, now she's getting all this attention and all this other stuff that she could just run around and say, oh yeah, I'm siding with Tory and all that. Like, she's just trying to find things to keep herself in the spotlight. But girl, you ain't got the reins like a Candace Owens. So I don't know why you out here trying to give that in what you're doing. But the only place that's giving her a platform is that damn Chris Cuomo, Chris, come get your brother, because he about to be hurt yet again, because he's trying to be mayor and he's getting slaughtered in the polls by Zoran Mamdani. At first, I was taking Ray J seriously, but then his rambling started going into the dark. Yeah, that's why I was like, okay, we done. Like, I was like, okay, we got it. Like, you just doing too much now, and you're spiraling. You're crashing out, as the younger kids say. Oh my God, I feel old saying, as the young kids say. Anyway. All right, y'all, so let's get into this Kimora Lee-Simmons story, because look, a lot of people going to jail. So one of them is actually her husband. Well, I don't know if they're even married, because there was a story that came out that he pretended he was divorced from his previous wife to marry Kimora. So I don't even know if they're actually married. I know it's a mess. And Kimora's actually coming back to TV with her Life in the Fab Lane show. Yeah, that's making a comeback. That came out a couple of weeks ago, but it was such a non-story, I didn't bring it up. But now that this story is what it is and it's messy, I could bring that up to let y'all know that yes, Life in the Fab Lane is coming back. But she's gonna need the money now that her husband's out here pulling Ponzi schemes and now he going to jail. So yeah, his name is Tim Leissner. He was sentenced to 2 years in prison for his central role in the multi-billion-dollar 1MDB corruption scheme. Now, Leissner, a former Goldman Sachs banker, admitted in 2018 to conspiracy charges related to the infamous 1MDB scandal, in which over $2.7 billion was siphoned from Malaysia's sovereign wealth fund. One Malaysia development Berhad, he received more than $50 million in kickbacks while helping orchestrate and the elaborate golden bribery scheme along fellow banker Roger Nig or is it Ing? This is NG, and Malaysian financier Joe Low. The massive fraud not only resulted in billions of penalties for Goldman Sachs, but also exposed Leissner's misconduct, in addition to deceiving international financial institutions and government entities. Leissner admitted to creating fake email accounts and forging documents, including lies about his marital status to Kimora Lee-Simmons. Funds from the scheme were used to finance a luxurious lifestyle, including investments in fine art, high-end real estate, and even Hollywood productions like not The Wolf of Wall Street. I love that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio. But child, if you want to talk about Ponzi schemes, you definitely. I mean, it was not like Wall Street, but The Wolf of Wall Street was good too. I remember when I worked at AMC and that movie was just like huge. But anyway, him sitting there doing all of this, you ain't think he was going to get caught? And that's what I don't understand. And child, why does it sound like our current administration? Now, during his sentencing in Brooklyn federal court, Leissner appeared remorseful, acknowledging that his actions cost him his career, his marriage, and precious time with his children. He had requested leniency and asked to avoid. You have got to be kidding me. You did all this crime, and now you're talking about, can you give me leniency? And I want to avoid jail time altogether. I'm like, no. And he said, because I cooperated with the government. Oh, so you thought you was going to it was going to be time served? Like, because you being a confidential informant and you snitching? No. In the words of my mama, you do the crime, you do the time. That's what she always told me, which is why I have done no crimes. Because I don't want to be going to jail. Now, Judge Margot Brody acknowledged Leissner's assistance in the investigation, but ruled that the magnitude of the damage he caused could not be overlooked. In the end, she said, quote, "In the end, your cooperation did not completely make up for the harm and devastation that you knowingly caused." So, yeah, that's great. That was like, yeah. You don't realize that all the stuff you did, the damage that you caused? And so that he had faced apparently up to 25 years behind bars, but will instead begin serving his 2-year sentence on September 15th. So It's June. Why are we waiting 3 months for him to go to jail? Why don't you lock his ass up now? Like, I don't understand why he's why this is happening. Like, why does he get to wait 3 months to go serve his time? My thing is, if you pull down the sentence, be like, okay, send his ass to Rikers, wherever the hell he planned on going. But literally, you stole $2.7 billion. And we're helping other people get this money. Where you were bribing, it was a whole scheme, but with two fellow bankers, or a banker and a Malaysian financier. And who knows how, I don't know if they're probably being sentenced in their countries. And who knows how that goes. I don't know if they do like get out the guillotine off with their head. Like, I don't know how they do their prison stuff. But I know in some other countries, their prison systems is way worse than ours. I mean, our prison system is almost like being in a country club. So shout out to you, Kimora. You definitely know how to pick your men. Like, between that other man that's hiding out in Bali, your baby father. Well, she got many baby fathers, quiet as is kept. And then the weird relationship you had with Jaimin Honsu. And then this guy. So yeah, Kimora, you definitely know how to pick them. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Kimora Lee's ex-husband, messy behind, about to do 2 years in jail for stealing them people's money because he wanted to live the life of luxury? Let me know what your thoughts are on this in the comments down below. All right, so now let's go from one white-collar criminal to another. And let's talk about Erika Jayne's husband, Tom Girardi, who got, who I should say, celebrating an unhappy birthday. Because now comes a report that today, I think he's 86? So yeah, he actually was sentenced to jail as well for stealing people money too. So that way he could live the life of luxury. And I guess fund Erika Jayne's non-existent music career. So a federal judge sentenced the disbarred celebrity lawyer Tom Girardi to 7 years and 3 months in prison. That man probably gonna die in jail. Like, he's literally 86. So I'm trying to do the math. Like, how long he's gonna be in jail? It was 7 years, right? So he's gonna be 93 when he gets out, if he actually survives, because he's old. And they said they said he has dementia. I'm thinking it's all a performance. So yeah, he's got 7 years and they down to the month, 3 months in prison on Tuesday for embezzling tens of millions of dollars from his clients, including several with severe physical injuries and families of people killed in accidents. U.S. District Judge Josephine L. Staten also ordered Girardi, 86, to pay a $30,000 fine and $2.3 million in restitution to former clients. A jury in August found him guilty of 4 counts of wire fraud, and he could have been sentenced up to 80 years in prison. The man is 86. There's no way he's going to survive 80 years in jail unless he plans on living until he's damn near 200 years old. So he would have died in prison. It's like, what? Now, Girardi is the estranged husband of the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star Erika Jayne and appeared on the show himself dozens of times between 2015 and 2020. He was once among the most prominent lawyers in the nation, often representing victims of major disasters against powerful companies. One lawsuit against California's Pacific Gas and Electric Utility led to a $333 million settlement that was portrayed in the film Erin Brockovich, which y'all know Julia Roberts played her. But his law empire collapsed and he was disbarred in California in 2022 over client thefts. Now, Girardi had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's, and issues with his memory led another court to put him in a conservatorship under his brother. But on Monday, Staten ruled that he was mentally competent to be sentenced, just as she had previously found him mentally competent to stand trial. So it's got me wondering, with her saying all of this, do y'all think that he's out here faking being I was like, wait, what's going on? Do y'all think he's out here faking the whole Alzheimer's situation? That he's not necessarily, the brain ain't deteriorating? So, like, you're well aware of what's going on. So we basically want you to stand trial, and now you're gonna go to jail. But I do wonder what's gonna happen with that because, like, with his brother and stuff, like, is he still gonna be in the guardianship? Like, is he gonna be doing an at-home prison thing? Is he actually going to jail? So they said the judge has allowed him to remain free until his sentencing, but ordered him to surrender to authorities by July 17th. An email to Girardi's attorney seeking comment on the conviction was not immediately answered. Now, former clients who testified against Girardi at his trial included a Arizona woman whose husband was killed in a boat accident and victims who were burned in a 2010 gas pipeline explosion in San Bruno, south of San Francisco. I think they were also interviewed in that there was like a special that they did. I think it was Dateline or something, but there might have been Dateline or it might have been Nightline. They got a Dateline, a Nightline, all them names. Same shit, different toilet, just different networks. As I said, prosecutors played jurors' voicemails in which Girardi gave a litany of false reasons money that a court had awarded could not be paid, including tax and debt obligations and judge authorizations. Sorry, I don't know how I just messed that word up. He frequently told them, "Don't be mad at me." So he was out here stealing these people money. Now look at you. About to spend the rest of your days behind bars. Hold on. Oh, so yeah, that's all I want to say on this. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Whatever your thoughts are on this matter, let me know in the comments down below. I was like, see, this is why I should not be checking my phone. So it said Armon Wiggins posted, TMZ posted something on Armon Wiggins. It said the Diddy trial has become a complete circus. Hold on.
Step out in the courtroom. Yeah, outside the courtroom. Very much back up before you get smacked. Get smacked. Wow. Back up. How much is smacked? Okay.
Oh, I know what it was. So apparently there was some woman that was coming at Armon. I don't know if y'all heard it, but there was some woman coming at Armon Wiggins, and he said, "You better back up, bitch, before you get smacked." He said the Diddy trial has, yeah, and it is a damn circus. And this is the shit that a lot of y'all are pissing me off with. A lot of y'all thinking that y'all are media, that a lot of y'all think that y'all are professional journalists, that y'all running around here starting y'all mess and getting in people's faces. And yeah, a lot of y'all, I don't care what your gender is, you are not exempt from getting the shit slapped out of you. So then there's a woman that's literally harassing him. Hold on, now I gotta go back. Hold on a second. Actually, you want to know something? As a class, let's go over to his Instagram so we can watch the video so y'all can see this tea. Because I'm like, wait a minute. Why am I even doing that? I could just pull up the video. Let's go over to Armon's Instagram. Wait, I just had it. Okay. Because the problem is people out here just doing too much. Like a lot of y'all just doing too much for no damn reason. There was somebody, damn, I forgot who it was. There was one guy that was out here that posted a video, and he was talking about like, yeah, like if people out here like Neek and Knight, and you got Tisa Tells, and you have Armon out here doing their videos, and literally this is how they eat. So they running out here literally just doing their videos or whatever on this whole Diddy trial, and a lot of y'all getting in their shots, you're harassing them, you're yelling, you're doing all kinds of stupid stuff. You had one woman, like when we saw Dawn Richard leaving the courtroom. How big is Diddy dick? Like, this is stuff y'all, what are y'all doing? Like, y'all don't have jobs? Go to work. Do something. I understand that the economy is a mess right now and everybody losing their federal jobs, but I'm sure there's a burger y'all can go flip. It's like, what are you doing? So anyway, hold on. Because I was like, wait a bit, where do I go? Look, sometimes I be forgetting how to do my own show. Okay, so now let's go and see what's the tape.
Clout chaser. Oh, okay, clock that. Clock that. Let's go viral in this. Let's go viral.
This is crazy.
Or what?
Step out in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Outside the courtroom.
Very much back up before you get smacked.
Get smacked.
Wow.
Back up.
I'm gonna get smacked. Okay. This is the witching hour. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I see you in your pink, and I see you in your black, and I see you in your white.
Dirty.
Who's dirty? Cleaner than whistle.
Look at you.
Cleaner than a
I'm not
whistle.
with you.
I'm cleaner than a whistle. I'm cleaner than a
No, you can talk. As long as you don't touch me. Don't touch me.
You know I'm a talk. You know I'm a talk. You know I'm a talk. What's bro? Slap me. Slap me then. Slap me then. You're a pride week, nigga. Slap me.
The girl in the blue skirt was cackling.
Let's fight this shit the up. Let's fight this shit the up. You thought I was feeling you? I don't. You thought I was feeling you? Oh, you thought I was feeling you? You thought I was feeling you? Oh, okay. Yeah, let's go viral. Let's go viral. Let's go viral. I'm that.
What are you talking about?
I'm that. No, I feel great. I feel fantastic. How y'all doing? Y'all cool?
Okay, you good?
Y'all cool? We outside. Is y'all cool? You want some of this shine? Is y'all cool? Is y'all cool? He's a thoroughbred. He's a thoroughbred. He's a thoroughbred. He's a thoroughbred. And I see you. You're not that. You're not that. I'm that. I'm that. I'm her. I'm she.
Yes.
And that's what he did.
See, the messed up part about all of this is the fact that, yeah, a lot of y'all clout chasers out here being messy for no reason. So basically what he said was, this Diddy trial has become a complete circus and a breeding ground for clout chasers and looky-loos trying to catch a moment off of celebrities and social media personalities. This woman, who I do not know, sees that I have my tripod and camera, which I never bring to court for this reason. This was my first time. On and out of nowhere, starts heckling me in an attempt to go viral while trying to SO her social media. Oh, I was like, what's SO? Shout out. Shout out her social media. I was irritated AF all on my birthday. So today I'm paying the live show and going to get drunk. Talk to you later. He's like, oh, bitch, fuck the coin. I'm going to go out and I'm going to get lit because I'm sitting out here trying to do my job. This is my bread and butter. We really outside doing these things. And a lot of y'all trying to latch on and have a moment off of the back of someone else's stuff. And to me, I don't understand why y'all got to do that. Like, you can't just take the time to create your own shit and build your audience that way. You want to jump on somebody else's live with your whack ass channel and make something of yourself. Like, nobody cares. And you got this old weird ass girl with her titties need support out here trying to jump on somebody's situation. Let Armon do what he do. Let all these other content creators do what they do. And another thing that's irritating me about this, y'all out here with this ninja nonsense in front of these white folks. This is embarrassing. They already see Negroes as a bunch of damn clowns. You had one girl that had to be kicked out of the courtroom today because she was having a moment to Diddy in the damn courtroom there. She was challenging Carrie White Mother. Talking about, oh, they laughing at you. I mean, quiet as it's kept, we kind of are. But at the same time, it's just like, you out here having outbursts in the courtroom. Like, what are y'all doing because y'all want a moment and y'all want to go viral? So y'all doing stupidness? Make it make sense. It's not worth it. Like, I don't understand a lot of y'all. But yeah, so some of the people in the comments, and then we'll get right back to the show. Because I was like, this is why I do not be checking my phone during the show. Because then I get this stuff that pops up in my radar and people sending me things. I love you, DJ, but but then it's my fault. Because like I said, I should be checking my phone while I'm doing a live. I like to concentrate fully when I'm doing the show. But this is entertaining. So let's, so we're going to talk about it. Larry Reed Live says it comes with this. It's a sign of elevation. New level equal new devils. Another person said, you are viral king and now everyone wants a piece of you. This is so sad. But you're always gonna have those leeches that want a piece of what you're doing. Another person, happy birthday, Armon, she'll be forgotten by tomorrow. Yeah, that is the truth. We won't be talking about her tomorrow. Lauren LaRosa from the Breakfast Club was like, WTF. Another person said, the fact she following you around. Yeah, because I'm like, if it was me, no, I couldn't, because when you're a public figure, that comes with some stuff, and they be looking to get you to pop off because they want you to smack them, and then they file a lawsuit, and then you gotta end up paying out your ass because you retaliated. Sometimes it's best to just walk away. But then it's like, okay, if you don't get this, see you next Tuesday away from me, I'm gonna get my sister to whoop your ass. I mean, that would have been me. But anyway, so because my sister don't play. But anyway, it said, "Oh, Armon, I'm sorry you had to go through this." Blah blah blah, so on and so forth. Armon, don't let him get you diddied up. Just douse her with oil. And then of course they'll be like, "Not TMZ." Oh, TMZ lives for the nigga nonsense. That's why they was quick to jump on this. Jesus Christ. Now we got Lydia McMahon, dumbass, who don't even know what her job is, talking about schools need to hire more Republican faculty. Girl, don't nobody know people's political affiliation. And quiet as it's kept when it comes to politics, when it comes to education, everybody knows more or less people with liberal minds that are teachers. Because a lot of y'all are stupid. No shade, but shade. So shout out to you, Armon. Keep doing your thing. Like I was saying before, I was like, look, he does the whole Diddy breakdowns and stuff, all the dramatics and all other stuff. That's great. Me, I just be coming with what the people saying. I give my opinion and I keep it moving because I don't let this Diddy thing is not my life. I talk about other things. I'm not just going to talk about one topic and then that just be my thing. But there's other people that's out here that's covering that. Let these people do what they doing. And if you want to try to get your name out there and do something, how about you actually take the time to create a show or something, whatever it is that you're doing, and then try to grow your audience that way instead of trying to dick ride off of Armon's people and his fans and his success. Because all you doing out here is looking like an idiot. We clowning you, sis. But anyway, let me see. Oh, you said, I think Offset sent it. Well, look, if that's the case, then you know what? Hopefully she uses all this against him in this spousal support case because he's trying to get money out of her. Offset is slow. Sailor Mermaid is in the building. One of my favorite gay actors set up a trap. Where would you celebrate Pride safely, Israel or Palestine? I know the answer, but not division today. Well, I wouldn't go to Israel. They're not as well. I don't think they're as welcoming to the queers either, since they want to always use the argument of how can you support Gaza and stuff. They're not even. They're not accepting of the gays. Like there aren't queer Palestinians, so I don't get that. Every demographic has a homosexual in it. I think people with bigger audiences can afford to do one topic. But I find that boring after a while, just like sitting and talking about one thing. I'm giving y'all a full course meal. I'm giving y'all the entree. I'm giving y'all the appetizer and the entree. I'm giving you getting everything and the dessert. Anyway, child, let's get into this mess. Let's talk about Blake Lively because Blake Lively out here, the more that she keeps digging this hole, the more it's looking bad for her, in my opinion. And I don't care what nobody say. Like y'all already know, I've been team Justin Baldoni on this whole situation. I don't trust nothing that comes out of Blake's mouth. I don't trust her half a homosexual husband because he give me faggotry teas too. Or is it just that he's Canadian? They all a little fruity over there. Shout out to my Canadians. But anyway, so now her recent situation really sold the deal for me that it's just like, girl, you just pulling any little thing out of the sky to try to win this case, but it's making it worse for you. I just feel like at this point, you just drop the situation, restore Justin Baldoni's reputation, go about your business, and then let him do what he does. But I feel like when all this is said and done, even before we even get to the trial, which I think is in 2026, do y'all think it's a wrap on Blake Lively's career? I mean, she'll be forever set because Ryan Reynolds has his other businesses. Like besides Deadpool making $1 billion, over $1 billion at the box office, He had the what is it, the Mint Mobile thing that I think that he sold. I think he also had a liquor line, like he had a tequila or something or another that did really well. Shout out to George Clooney because he got Casamigos, which I know is Lindsay's drink of choice, and Casamigos is pretty good. So, shout out to George Clooney. He did his big one with that one. But anyway, according to the rap, they said Baldoni's team wanted Lively to sign a HIPAA release to gain access to her therapy notes and other materials. Lively's team moved to withdraw the emotional distress claims, but in a way, Baldoni's team deemed unsatisfactory because it's like, yeah, you out here saying, oh, he called you emotional distress. Okay, sis, well, since you're gonna put this stuff on me, another thing on my shoulders that you want to accuse me of, sign the HIPAA paper. Because with HIPAA release, you can't reveal nobody's personal tea, their medical records and all that other stuff. Yeah, that was big on that when I worked for the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. We was big on them HIPAA laws. Now, Ms. Lively has refused the Wayfair party's reasonable request with the withdrawal of such claims be with prejudice. She is only willing to withdraw her claims without prejudice. In other words, Ms. Lively wants to simultaneously A, refuse to disclose the information and documents needed to prove that she suffered any emotional distress and/or that the Wayfair parties were the cause, and B, maintain the right to refile her IED claims, I was about to say IUD, chair, claims at an unknown time in this or some other court after the discovery window was closed. The filing continued. Ms. Lively cannot have it both ways. If Ms. Lively wants to withdraw her frivolous IED claims, the Wayfair parties are entitled to a dismissal with prejudice to ensure they would not be refiled. If Ms. Lively is unwilling to stipulate to the dismissal of the IED claims with prejudice, then the Wayfair parties will continue to defend against them, and she must produce her medical information and documents as set forth herein. It is now up to Judge Lewis Lyman and the court to decide whether or not Lively can withdraw her claims, and if so, whether it is done with or without prejudice. The inflection of emotional distress claims were important pieces of her original lawsuit against Baldoni, which she filed in December 2024, following his defamation suit against the New York Times for a story written about set and press tour conditions on It Ends With Us. I think also they said that there was somebody that worked behind the scenes recently that spoke out about what was going on with it ends with, like, I'm just so over this damn movie. Even if this drama wasn't going on, I had no interest in seeing this film. And even with the drama that surrounded this movie, I have no interest in seeing this film. So y'all let me know if It Ends With Us is worth, if the juice was worth all this squeeze. Now, once again, they said, quote, once again, this is a routine part of the litigation process that is being used as a press stunt. Lively's lawyers, Ezra Hunter and Mike Gottlieb, said in a statement to The Wrap, we're doing what trial lawyers do, prepare our case for trial by streamlining and focusing it. They are doing what they do, desperately seeking another tide round of tabloid coverage. The Baldoni Wayfair strategy of filing retaliatory claims has exposed them to expansive new damages claims under California law. And they say that Miss Lively's claims no longer they say rendering some of her claims no longer necessary. Miss Lively continues to allege emotional distress as part of numerous other claims in her lawsuit, such as sexual harassment and retaliation, and massive additional compensatory damages on all of her claims. Well, look, if he actually did cause emotional distress, like they said, like, we need to know, like, was this a conversation I guess you was having? Because they said they're trying to get our therapy notes. If your therapist, which I know is like confidential, and you had spoken about me in therapy sessions and saying that I cause emotional distress, then it's like, okay, well, that's hearsay. If there's proof that this was conversations that you were having, then let's bring it up. But you don't want that information getting out if it even exists. So to me, it feels like, oh, I'm just going to withdraw the claims that he intentionally inflicted distress upon you. So this, excuse me, this topic is so confusing. It is a lot. It feels like I'm in a tangled web. This is why I don't talk about this story as much, because it's just a lot of that's happening with this. So I'm gonna just pump my brakes. If something else crazier comes up or whatever the case is, I'll dive deep into it. But this was the latest. I thought it would be interesting to touch upon this. But yeah, excuse me, if I'm not mistaken, I think this this story happens or their trial begins in 2026. So I definitely want to hear from you all, but I'm like, yeah, that's so far away. I mean, we're about 6 months away from 2026, but still, it just feels like it's just so much with this, and they haven't even gone to trial yet. So I'm there, and look, Austin Wilson out here, he still ain't go to trial. So I tell this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Whatever your thoughts on this whole Justin Baldoni, Blake Lively circus of a case, let me know in the comments down below. Okay, so we got a couple of comments. I think people with bigger audiences. Oh, you said she withdrew because she lied to being a drama queen. Jesus Christ. Now, Elon is a Felon, I should say. Muskie is an idiot. You created this monster. You spent over $200 million to get this man elected. You put this man in office so that way you can have your little Doge situation. You can go in and you can start getting rid of a lot of the checks and balances of the companies that were going to be investigating you for being a liar, a con man, and a thief. And I think now Trump is realizing that he was conned by a con man. Could you be any more dumb? But then it's like, don't even answer that, because we already know the answer. They're two fucking peas in a pod. So I don't even understand, like, this is just laughable at this point. The fact that you got conned by someone literally like you. You got out-conned by a con, which is hilarious, coming from Trump, who was one of the biggest cons to ever run political office, or run in political office, I should say. So now, because it was like he did a recent interview where he was asking, the reporter was asking Elon some questions, he was like, "Oh no, I don't want to answer that," or whatever. It's how he talks, because I hate the way he talks, like the rabbit teeth get in the way, those horrible fucking bunny teeth he got in his mouth gets in the way, like he be sounding like that when he talks. Like his voice irritates me. It's like nails on a chalkboard. I want to rip my hair out of the root when I hear Elon open his mouth. And he looks weird too. Like he's gotten uglier. He's gotten older. It's probably from the ketamine addiction and also the ecstasy and stuff. All them hard drugs he be doing. He looks like he needs moisturizer. Like drink some water. He doesn't drink any water. His skin looks dry as hell. It looks literally drier than the Sahara Desert. So he looks a hot ass mess, and I can only imagine the stench of him when he walks in the room. Like, yeah, I worked Trump's rally, and I was in the room with Elon, but I wasn't in the room where I could smell him. But we was in the same room together. Now, this is just laughable. Where you're talking about we have to stop him. You created this monster, so you gonna have to suffer like the rest of us, unless you plan on going back to Africa, sir. Since y'all like deporting people, are we going back to South Africa? Or are you going to say in America? Because you want everybody to invest in your bullshit. You want people to invest in your Tesla, your SpaceX, when NASA is doing a way better job. There's other foreign companies that created better cars than you have with Tesla. Tesla is trash. You've been lying to people for years saying that you're trying to build this and all this other stuff. We're supposed to be going to Mars. We ain't never going to Mars. So you just create these projects. You're stealing money from us. You get $8 million a day from us. Like you're just a ketamine queen, robber baron piece of shit. So you could take your tweet and shove it up your ass. So now, because I think Trump kicked him out because he gagged, because he did that recent interview where he was talking about, I think, one of his big, beautiful bill he wasn't really happy about. So I don't want to say much about it because I don't want to go against the administration, but I'm not really happy about the big, beautiful bill, which is just enough to get him in the news. But he said he didn't want to get in the news. But you said just enough to get yourself in the news. You didn't think any little thing you say about Trump, he's going to go and flip out? You can say the sky is green when he says it's blue. And, or no, you can say the sky is blue when he says it's green. We'll give it that because Trump be saying all kinds of crazy shit just to distract y'all from a lot of the stuff that he's been doing lately. Which is why he was saying the stuff he was saying about Joe Biden not being human. He said that Joe Biden's dead and that it's a robot and stuff that's been running around. Yeah, he's been saying all this crazy stuff. This is all a distraction. And so then when he said that, it pissed off the Trump administration. And I think they kicked him out. He ended up with a black eye. There's some people think that Stephen Miller's the one that gave it to him, which I found a cackle. I'm like, now the girls are fighting, literally. So damn, I wish I had the clip of Azealia Banks saying that. I need to get like one of these things where I could just like divert to certain little clips and things, like a meme or a GIF or whatever. When I'm doing like little references, pop culture references, I need to do that. Well, yeah, we all knew that love affair wasn't gonna last long. It was over for her the day it came out. She tried to extort Taylor Swift with 10 years of text, videos, and such. Like, she think that was gonna fly? The friendship is that child. Yeah, Tay Tay is done with her. I just don't think that Blake is a good girl, a good person. Like, I don't think she was ever that. Like, I never particularly cared. I mean, I liked her when she was on Gossip Girl and other stuff, but then over the years, when I started hearing stories about her, it turned me off from her. I think we're smarter. He's gonna hate Trump to get the stick. The Tesla's back up. First of all, nobody's buying Teslas. The problem is a lot of these politicians, a lot of people are trying to copy the blueprint of Trump, but Trump he's an anomaly. There's there's been so many people out here, love him or hate him. Nobody can do Trump but Trump. And I feel like a lot of people try to copy off of what he does. They try to do the doubling down and the making fun of people, and being a dick as a politician, and it backfires on them because it doesn't come from a place of like that is really him. He is authentic to the core. He does not give a damn. Except when he gets caught in his lies, he'll find a way to distract y'all, and it works. He's good at the media marketing and stuff. But and all the other politicians try to do it, and it comes across inauthentic and fake because y'all not being really yourselves. Y'all are so engulfed in that whole politician thing that y'all don't really know how to give the authenticity part. So they try to copy Trump's blueprint, and they come off looking stupid, and nobody buys it, and so it backfires. Even Elon was trying to do it, didn't work. He's not likable. Nobody likes him, on either side. You was only tolerated because Trump gave you the seal of approval. But then after a while, people started not to like him. And so remember, he said he's done with politics. And I feel like, you want to know something? He could say he's done with politics. He could step down from Doge. But him not being a part of Doge, the stench will always still be there. So he was done with politics. Then he lost the Wisconsin special case. Yeah, because he thought he could buy the politician like he bought Donald Trump. And it was like, no, you don't control this, sir. You was able to get away. Like, it's easy to buy a president, but you can't buy a lot of these Congress people. He was done with politics, but he lost. Yeah, he said their case was a circus of a shit show, and that's what people like, even down to the fake shooting with the ear and all that other mess. Blake apparently calls herself Khaleesi because she has 2 dragons to protect. Well, now she got one because Taylor don't fuck with her no more. She out here kikiing with Selena Gomez. That's her good Judy. Not Blake. He said, I love how Trump is taking the taco trade thing. Oh yeah, he hates when y'all call him a taco. Look, once we out here doing taco to burrito to Miss Jennifer Lopez, now we done put it on Trump. So we need South Park to kind of give a remix to that. He said what Trump does what Trump does only works for him, not for governor or midterm races, which is why, and that's why I feel like this whole situation it's short. Like this will pass. I mean, the stench will always be there. The effects we will feel it for decades, even probably when I'm dead, when old. But he has definitely changed the way politics is played in America and the shape of politics, the overall aesthetic of it. And Democrats better figure out something. Because word on the curb is like the people that they see as like the face of the Democratic Party is AOC. The person who they see, I feel like that's surging a lot is Pete Buttigieg, or as I like to call him, Pete Booty Plug. I really wish that they would put, but I heard that Kamala Harris slipped to third, but it's because Kamala ain't been out in these streets hitting the ground. She did something over, I forget where it was, but she did something in, what was it? Like some real estate situation, but it's like, girl, we already know you a centrist Democrat. We already know who you bend the knee to. So we don't want it. I kind of wish that Tim Walz was surging because Tim Walz has been out here. The one thing I will say the Democrats did good was picking him as a VP because they put him on our radar. I love what he did for Minnesota, and he's been out here clapping back at the Trump administration and the maggots and saying like, yeah, we need to clap back at them. And people don't realize this, but Kamala started surging a bit. And this is what spooked Trump and them when they started clapping back. Instead of them, when we go low, we go high. They was circling the earth, hell's the rings of hell. They was tap dancing around the 5 rings of hell. That's what they was doing. And people were like, yay, we got a fighter. That's what we want. And then I guess somebody in her administration said, oh no, you need to back off of that. Don't do that. We gotta focus on policy. Then the numbers started going down. It's like, don't listen to these people. These people that work in your campaign, they're sabotaging you. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And they don't. And then we got people out here who are actually being kidnapped and by ICE and shipped off to El Salvador, God knows where else. I heard some 18-year-old boy got snatched up. He was on his way to go to band practice, something or another. He got snatched up. His friend did too, but they let the friend go because he was underage. He was 18, they would have taken him. But he was 17, so they let him go. The 18-year-old, who knows where he's at? The kids, they were supposed to, I think it was his graduation. And they snatched him up and carted him off. They're just grabbing people, covering their face with masks, not doing what they're supposed to be doing, and illegally grabbing up people. And then we got this idiot Hakeem Jeffries who pissed me off with this. Oh, well, we're gonna pick a time and a place and we're gonna discuss this. And this is, we've been very vigilant. It's like, what? Like, the time is now. Y'all should be talking about this now. What the hell are you doing? Like, people are pissed off. People are being grabbed up and snatched up. It's not just immigrants, not illegal immigrants. There ain't enough illegals running around the United States that y'all can keep grabbing up. And there's a certain quota that this administration wants people to round up. It's impossible you're going to find 1,200 people a day to round up and ship off somewhere. So they're just grabbing people who are illegal and shipping them off. So it's insane out here. And people need to wake up and realize like the craziness is happening. Then I heard one of Trump's people had their phone hacked. And they had personal information of some high-profile politicians in their personal phone. Meanwhile, you're supposed to have a personal phone where you have your personal shit in, and you have a federal phone, which you have all the other stuff in. Why are you using your regular phone to have these people's information in your regular phone? It's supposed to be the federal phone. This is why I said what happens when you have loyalists working in political office and not actual politicians. The insane asylum is being run by the insane people. So this is where we are right now. This country is a laughingstock. And I don't know if I have love for people who are so quick to be like, you know what, I'm out. Like those who's jumping up and running, I think y'all straight pussy for that. Like I feel like when the going, it just basically goes to show that when the going gets tough, you're just gonna pack up and run. I had a friend that did that ran off to freaking Thailand. And I do think it's a pussy move. And I have another friend who's supposed to be going to, well, he might get mad if he's saying this, but he moving to Canada. And I feel like, you know what, at the end of the day, if it makes you feel safer that you need to go off and do what you're doing, then that's great. But I don't like those people who are privileged and have money and want to run off to another country. And then when the going gets great again, then you want to come back. Like David Pakman, fake ass out here. Talking about, because I seen that video where he talking about he want to move to Canada or Argentina. I'm like, sir, you are the establishment. Who's threatening you? You're not Hassan Piker, where you need to worry about your safety. Nobody's stopping you at an airport and interrogating you and asking you who do you support politically. So I don't know what the hell he's got to worry about. I actually unfollowed him because I was like, I don't watch him. I was like, I was following him before, but you give me full on corporate centrist Democrat. You're a supporter of what Israel's doing in Gaza. I can't get behind that. And you coming from a place of privilege and using that as a way to, like, you're just cut to the type of Democrats like the Kamalas and the Bidens, the Obamas. You get to shake hands with them and hang out because you fulfill a situation that they stand for, and I can't get behind that. So I'm like, nope, I don't watch you. Well, I haven't watched them in a long time. There's certain ones that I stick to that I do watch. I watch, I think I told you, I watch Kyle Kalinske. I watch Savvy Sabs. I watch the I've Had It women. You know, the ladies from, I think they're from Oklahoma. They be cussing Trump out. That should be funny. I love what older people that like to cuss and stuff when they talk politics and call them titty babies. That's what she called them. I was cackling over that. I've heard she's running for governor, but I feel Tim Walz as president is strained because of Kamala Harris. Well, I don't know, because Tim Walz has been out here doing rallies and things, or he's been doing like like he's been in a couple of establishments and he's been giving speeches and stuff, and the people are feeling him. So he's been making a name of him for himself out here and speaking to the people. It's like, yeah, you gotta fight back. The biggest mistake was they kind of moved away from the trans thing and all that other stuff. So Tim Walz has been out here doing his thing, but I don't think it's hurt him. I think if he actually hit the ground running now, he could get himself on the radar of possibly running for president in 2028 if that's something that he would like to pursue. And who knows, maybe he could pick AOC as his VP. MTV might change the VMA's date to accommodate a physical appearance of Lady Gaga. Hey, you want to know something? Knowing them, they might try to do it around the at the Madison Square Garden, because I think around that time she will be in New York for the 2 dates that she's doing. They're doing it at UBS, which is a part of my union. I have coworkers that also work at UBS. I also don't live too far from UBS. So if I wanted to, I could go over there. I also thought about working there, but I was like, I'm good. So they're doing the UBS again, which is in Hempstead. And Lady Gaga, I think, will be doing the Garden around that time. She has, I think, 2 shows. So it makes sense that they would want to coincide the VMAs with that. And then MTV have their cameras up in there to set up. And then, you know, they go live during, I guess, Abracadabra or something. Who knows what song they'll have her perform. Meanwhile, the Mexican community is more focused on stuffed animals from a vending machine. Like, what? I'll send you a video of the 10 states wants to separate from the U.S. and go to a different country. Arizona wants to go to Mexico. And well, I mean, isn't there a lot of Latinos that live in Arizona? I mean, why would they want? It's funny how like everybody wants to be independent and separate themselves from America, because they're like, this is not the America that we grew up to love. You're allowing these cultists to be to take over the country. And he said one was New York wants to join Canada. And New York, I really hope that New York will set the precedent to being progressive, because it's like, yes, can we not vote Cuomo as mayor? Like, can we get somebody as progressive as Zoran Mamdani in there? Like, if we could make that happen, that would be awesome. I don't want to sit up here and tell y'all who to vote for, but it's time for a change. And I know everybody out here bitching about the rent too damn high in New York, which it is. My rent's always been pretty good in regards of when I've had roommates and stuff, that I was able to do what I need to do with that. But oh, is he? But I know he's got dual citizenship, so maybe he could stay over there full time. Did you see that libs were embarrassing themselves and saying, "I'm the liberal Joe Rogan. This is why we lost." Speaking of which, and I have not gotten around to it, but that show, Kayla Says, shout out to her. She did a video that I need to watch, and I meant to get around to it today, because while I was running around like a chicken with his head cut off, when I had the time, I was trying to put the show together. She said, no, there is no, she did a video with the headline said, no, there is no liberal Joe Rogan. I wish I would have watched it, because then with you bringing this up, I could have engaged more into this, but I definitely need to check that video. I might watch it when I get off of here. He said, I like Patrick, but yeah, he's blinded by bias on the Israel. Exactly. And that's what turned me off from him. Like, I need somebody that's got to be open-minded and can really chastise both sides. And yes, just because you care about Palestinian people does not mean that you are pro-Hamas. And I'm tired of people using that as their stupid argument. Or when they lose that argument, they want to bring up, oh, but they don't like gay people and you're homosexual. You don't want to be for a group of people that don't like gay people. I'm like, but wait a minute, I grew up Roman Catholic. They don't like faggots either. So what that got to do with the price of tea in China? I'll wait. So just because, you are of something does not mean that you agree with everything that is about that thing that you grew up learning about. Tim Walz actually had a very good chance in 2028, but since most people remember him as Tampon Tim and Kamala's running mate, well, that's why I was like, you got to get out here and change that narrative. You can easily change people's minds because the way that the American mindset is these days, here today, gone today. So y'all easily forget stuff. But if they don't come up and call you Tampon Tim, he got to come back with another clapback against his opponent. So many leftists hate Hassan Piker, and I don't know why. He was cool 5 or 6 years ago, but I guess the Houthis incident turned them off of him. It's like Ethan Klein is winning and rat face. Well, it was funny because I was watching something, and they was talking about how, like, a lot of the younger, the younger Gen Zers are are very conservative with their mindset, which I know we've talked about. And a lot of the elder Gen Zers are liberal. And I think it's because of their upbringing. But now it's like, yeah, because they kind of, I guess, feel like they've been left behind, the Bernie Bros situation, that people are feeling left behind with, in that context of the whole liberal thing. So now they've jumped over to the conservative side. But it was a story that came out today that Kyle Kalinske did. Definitely check it out over his YouTube channel, where he talked about mega people don't even like young people. Because there was one of these politicians, this smug cracker bastard that I can't stand when he be over there on CNN, went and said something about, like, yeah, we don't want to, Moses Mike Johnson, that four-eyed bastard. I think he another one in the closet, that went around saying that, they want to take away your health care to teach young people a lesson. That is like, yeah, if all these young people, they just want to do is sit on their behind. They don't want to work. They don't want to do things. But I'm like, there are people out here that are unemployed, that are trying to find work and all this other stuff. They're not sitting at home playing video games and being lazy. Like, I don't understand this context. And if that's what people want to do, what the hell does that have to do with what you got going on? Because a lot of you people running around the White House right now don't know what the hell y'all are doing. And then I've seen videos of them on Fox News. Not that I was watching Fox News, but I watched other shows that were pulling clips from Fox News. And they were basically saying, like, there were people, I think Cash Patel, and there was another politician that was bitching him on my wife was this, and I had to do this, and I sacrificed. I'm like, okay, let's play the world's smallest goddamn violin, because you're out here bitching and moaning about this job that you decided to take on, so that way, because y'all want to be with the power, not realizing the amount of work that goes into that. And then you're bitching about that. Mind you, there are people out here who are working 3 jobs to try to keep their head above water so they can make ends meet, not only for themselves, but for their children. And then even if they don't have kids, they're still out here struggling to make ends meet. Just as a single, a regular person with no children, no relationship, or maybe they are in a relationship, but if it's just regular people out here, one person trying to keep their head above water, having to work a multitude of jobs because people don't want to raise, the living wage. They're raising prices on food. They're raising prices on rent. They're raising prices on car, the car insurance and gas and all these other things. Travel expenses. You know how expensive, like how much money people spend to get around New York City, especially if it's like you live in New Jersey and you're coming to New York. New Jersey transit is expensive. Long Island Railroad is expensive. The regular MTA is expensive, but our infrastructure is shitty at best. Our subway system is horrible in New York. Yet the amount of money y'all ask, I'd be hopping a train all the damn time if I ain't worried about getting a ticket. Younger Gen Z will, would be a part of. Grew up with the meme humor that wasn't very woke with, while the older Zoomers can remember the first. Yeah, that's what it is too. Like I feel like the younger generation, younger Gen Z, which I guess you would be your demographic, they don't know about the Obama administration. That has kind of been overshadowed by Trump and all his stuff because it's been 10 years of that. So they're not aware of the Obama administration. So I think like a lot of people that come up in that time that worked in that administration, y'all need to come out y'all bubble because the newer generation, y'all keep forgetting generations. They don't remember the generations before. Like when I was growing up, I know the Clinton administration because that was like around the time when I first started voting. That was like during his, I believe his second term was when I was old enough to vote. And so, it was like what, like the late 90s was the thing over, I think. So that was like when I was able to vote and all this other stuff. So I remember those times. I remember the Obama years. I remember all of that stuff. But you got to realize that, but I don't remember the Reagan era. I was way too young for that. I don't remember the Bush era. I'm talking about Bush Senior because I was way too young for that. I think I was old enough to vote for George W. Well, I didn't vote for George W. Bush, but I do remember the Bush era because that was during 9/11 and all that stuff. So I remember that. But I don't remember so it's like each generation, we don't remember all the stuff that came before unless you learn it from history books in school. So being learned that, I was like, damn, we got into a real political debate on this show. Politics with Kris. Maybe I need to do a second show. Whenever it said COVID played a huge role. Excuse me, my nose is just, I hate when it's like this season. My allergies be going crazy. I was sneezing all day today. COVID played a huge role in that conservative switch, and boys were freaking out that they can't get laid. Well, it's their fault that they don't know how to court a girl and ask for some coochie. Ask for the coochie eventually. Don't ask for it first unless you get with a fast one. Young Gen Z is normalizing the R-word slur. That's so gay. Stuff we grew up learning, that stuff you don't say. What are you, a poet? That Hillary Duff commercial of why you shouldn't say that's so gay. I wouldn't say, well, it's also the era of a lot of people don't like being told what they can and cannot say about stuff. Like, you can't tell me what I can and can't. Who said? It's like, if it's inappropriate, don't say it. It's just like, it's the human decency thing. Like a lot of people, y'all missing that shit. I wouldn't say the COVID because if that were the case, Biden wouldn't have won. I think Biden's administration, how he did somewhat fail as a president. Well, yeah, there was a lot of failures on his part. Don't even get me started on that failure. I can't stand her and them white ass teeth. That's the brightest thing on that motherfucker. He another damn Zionist. Don't even get me started on that queen. He said also want Gen Z to be punished for saying free Palestine. Somebody can go hit his ass with a brick like Marshall B. Johnson through that damn window during the Stonewall era. And they said, I was a kid during the Clinton administration, and as a middle-aged man, I thought Trump would be here again. Wouldn't be here again. I think a lot of us thought that. I'm still trying to find the answer how young men feel they've been vilified. Well, I don't know. I don't think they have. I don't think they realize it, or maybe they have. I can remember the second Obama term. Trump's first term was the one I grew up with, and I was a teenager for all of Biden's term. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we did have a good economy. And so nobody could understand that the inflation was a byproduct of stuff opening up. Wait, you said we had a great economy, but during which era? Which era did we have a great economy? Anyway, all right, y'all. Let's get back into the show. That was good political talk, though. See, I could multitask. I could do a multitude of topics. We don't just talk gossip on this show. We get into political stuff too. Thank God I do be engulfing myself in a lot of politics. Could you imagine I'd be over here talking politics and didn't know what the hell I was talking about? That would be embarrassing. But anyway, now speaking of embarrassing, let's talk about Shakira, because what is going on with this girl's tour? Because she already canceled. Didn't she do she was supposed to do World Pride? I don't think that's come up yet. I think that was she was supposed to do was it World Pride with Jennifer Lopez? But anyway, so they said she's canceled a whopping 6 shows. And it's for a multitude of reasons. But apparently I don't know, girl. This tour is a hot ass mess. So reasons for the multiple cancellations have included hospitalization, safety issues, and technical difficulties. The Colombian singer was 48, recently axed 3 shows in 3 days, with the most recent being for a World Pride show in Washington, D.C. Around 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Friday, the venue posted a statement reading, due to complications with the previous show in Boston, Shakira's full tour production cannot be transported to Washington, D.C. in time for her scheduled performance at Nationals Park on Saturday, May 31st. Shakira also issued statements of her own, telling TMZ, "I've been counting the days, excited to be reunited with my fans in both Washington and Boston, and my team and I have made every effort to make it happen. But it doesn't depend on any one of us right now. And I am devastated that these shows were not possible this time." Excuse me. Now they said it comes. She also added, she said, "I promise I will do everything in my power to be with you as soon as I can." Now it comes after the Hips Don't Lie hitmaker had to cancel 2 back-to-back shows scheduled for Thursday and Friday at Boston's Fenway Park. The cancellations were due to inspectors identifying structural elements that were not up to the standard. Fans online haven't been so kind to these cancellations, with many flooding Shakira's Instagram account with angry comments. "Girl, you should have just shut them off because you knew it was coming." One person said, "I traveled with my family from Pittsburgh, took time off work, and paid for an Airbnb, all for this one special occasion. This was supposed to be my daughter's birthday gift." Another person said, I'd be like, fuck. One person said, "I waited 30 years to see you. You wait less than 24 hours to cancel a sold-out crowd in Washington, D.C. I thought highly of you and hope you had the courtesy to not let your most devoted fans down. I'm heartbroken. Lots of people traveled and took time off to see you. This is just gut-wrenching." And I feel like, you know what? This is always the ongoing argument that a lot of people have when it comes to a lot of these concerts where they do these last minute cancellations. She ain't the first and she damn sure won't be the last that pulls this. But it's like, yeah, I did an Airbnb. Like, people, like, a lot of you celebrities need to realize the amount of money, time, and effort goes into planning for these shows to happen. That's why I got to give it up to Beyonce. Rain or shine, Miss Carter Knowles had her ass up on that stage giving y'all a show. And I heard that some people was complaining because she had Blue Ivy out in the rain. "Oh, how you got that baby out in the rain?" Look, Blue Ivy want to understand what it's like to be out here, rain or shine. You got to get up there and give a show. Like, if this is something that she wants to actually do in the future, then she's got to put in that discipline and know that if I'm going to be out here doing this show every night in the rain, crazy winds, or whatever the case, if Mother Nature want to be a "see you next Tuesday today," you got to be out here and you got to give this show. And to me, I feel like I don't understand the point of why she's doing these cancellations. Like I've said before, I do not even think that this tour, well, not even I think, it was reported that this world tour was supposed to be an arena tour. But she took it upon herself to do a whole, let's upgrade the stadiums, which I knew pissed off the fans too, because they were like, "I already bought tickets for the arena tour. I already booked and took the time and all this other stuff, and here you go, before the tour's about to start, you done switched up on us." But speaking of Beyonce, maybe you need to ask Beyonce what she does with her thing. I mean, word on the curb was you actually went and saw the Renaissance tour, hence why you got the inspiration to kind of make your tour what it is. But maybe you need to have a conversation with Beyonce and find out like how she made that crazy structure that she has for her stadium tour. Because she been pulling all these load-ins and load-outs into these stadiums, and we haven't heard any type of technical issues that she's had with her tour. So maybe we need to find out from her people what her secret is. Because I'm sure she uses some state-of-the-art type stuff where she's not having problems getting a lot of those load-ins in the stadium. So a third person went on to say, "Terrible, never again, second cancellation. First, because the venues weren't big enough." Oh, see, now I was just talking about that. It was the venue. They changed the venue. So they bought tickets before they did the venue switch. Jesus said, "First, because the venues weren't big enough. Now, because they can't bring equipment. I guess those hips do lie." A fourth row, go out with the musicians and just sing without any show if it's impossible to do. I was at a concert where there were problems and the musician just took the pianist and made a concert. Don't leave people at the door. You are rich and people save up for a trip to you and spend the last money and weekends. There is some kind of empathy. Okay, this must have been translated because this sound a mess. But it said there is some kind of empathy. I'm honestly in such shock. Yeah, this had to have been translated. So y'all know Shakira kicked off her tour in Brazil back in February, and so she's been on the road for the past what 3 months. But yeah, that's exactly what she could do. She could get out there and she could just strum her guitar and get out there and perform. You don't necessarily need a whole bunch of bells and whistles to do a show, although I know it is a part of the show. But if there's a struggle, would people actually want to sit up there and watch her do wherever, with a guitar or ojos así it with a guitar? Like, I know y'all get bored after a while. So y'all don't want a full acoustic show when there's a lot of bells and whistles that go along with it. But I feel like if this is the type of show you was going to do, shouldn't you have made sure all of this would have worked out before y'all decided to go on the tour? Or is it that sometimes y'all be so highbrow with the technology and everything that y'all don't think or wonder if these stadiums can accommodate the type of stage design that you've incorporated, or production design, I should say, that you've incorporated into your show. So she went and said, I think she went and said this. Wait, hold on, because I think I missed something. They said, so she issued a statement. They said this. They said after postponing 2 back-to-back shows in Chile, Shakira attempted to make it up to her fans by delivering an impromptu performance in Antologia from her hotel balcony, where hundreds had gathered to catch a glimpse of the star. So she got on her balcony and gave them a performance. That's a cackle. She also issued a statement blaming production problems. She said, when an artist travels to a country, their production and team become directly dependent on the local producers. My staff and I trusted at all times that the production company hired by the local promoter would follow to the letter the specifications that were diligently provided by us so that a show of the magnitude of this one could take place. So it's like, yeah, I think also what people don't realize is that when you're putting a lot of these shows together, the promoters have to understand how all of this stuff works. So we're sitting there telling you that you need to follow to the letter, that all this stuff that's on here, this is how all this other stuff works. Y'all gotta be able to know how to use all of this. Like, there should always be ways, like, especially if you're working a specific job with technology consistently changing, you gotta constantly brush yourself up on the latest thing, because there's always going to be some artist who is an artist that wants to upgrade and do new things and push the boundaries of technology when it comes to stage performance. So there's always going to be ways that people are going to try to push, continue to push the boundaries of that. So she also rescheduled a number of North American dates last year, citing the need to upgrade venues from arenas and stadiums to meet demands. Now, despite the string of issues, the tour has become the highest grossing Latin American tour by a female artist, surpassing Karol G's Mañana Será Bonito tour. So her Mexican, I should say, it was like Mexican, and South American shows have already grossed a staggering 130 million with just 21 shows. Well, the Latin American market is definitely going to show up and show out for Shakira. So Mexico and South America are definitely going to come out for her. Now, as reported by Billboard, Shakira is the only Latin tour to reach top 10 of the 2025 mid-year box score report, ranking number 2 globally. It falls behind Coldplay, who earned, people still going to see Coldplay live, earned 142 billion, with 1.3 million people turning up for 20 shows between October 31st, 2024 and March 31st, 2025. So Shakira, I understand you having your little issues or whatever, but girl, get it together, because the fans is pissed. And it's like, yeah, you got to take all of that in consideration. I know things happen, and this is why I always get like nervous and worried about wanting to put money behind certain artists, because I feel like at any point something can happen, stuff gets canceled, and then you got to figure out what you going to do from there. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. I feel bad that a lot of the fans who paid all that money for like Airbnbs and other stuff, like you're losing out on money and you're losing out on experience, and you feel like you took off a work for nothing. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Shakira, like I said, get it together, girl. But let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right, let's see what the people saying in the comments. Robert says, I know older people hate progressive stuff, but the younger people do. This should have been an arena tour. It wasn't meant for stadiums. I just don't understand. I understand like Shakira wanted to, I guess maybe she wanted more money, and she feels like doing an arena tour a stadium tour would have been way better because you could house like 40,000 people. So with 20,000 more than you would get in an arena, and you don't have to do multiple dates, which is why I prefer like what Lady Gaga did. People was clowning her for doing the Mayhem tour in an arena. I'm like, no, the Mayhem Ball tour, whatever the hell it's called, warrants it being an arena. Like, to me, the type of music, the type of overall aesthetic, the setting, the choreography, all the other stuff that she's doing, I feel like that it warrants of being in a more intimate setting, like an arena. So even though arenas are pretty big, but yeah, you want that kind of be more indoors instead of outdoors, because you could do so much. I feel like it allows you to do so much more in an arena. So I'm actually looking forward to working those shows when she comes in August and September. No, she's not. I mean, even though she's been around longer than Bad Bunny. Don't forget the stuff I shared of people saying Kesha is actually what. I mean, yeah. I mean, I like Kesha, and shout out to her because she did what did she do? She did I know she was like performing at Pride or something or another, and she what was it? Oh, she performed Praying with a trans choir. I actually saw, I'm looking at this, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, I forgot. T.S. Madison did interview Jasmine Crockett. So it was like, yeah, Jasmine Crockett was on, she was also on Don Lemon's show earlier. So I think I found the thing. It said, amidst all of the Katy Perry hate, I came to a bit of a realization that, in my opinion, Kesha is currently everything Katy Perry is trying so desperate to become. Katy approaches her music / branding / image as a very surface level feminist, gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss icon, but she ends up trying so hard that it comes off as very performative and fake. She also has a level of spirituality to her music that suffers the same fate, very performative and fake to the general public. When you look at Kesha's career, you can see her feminism in real tangible ways with how she speaks out against Dr. Luke and others, how she approaches manifestation and spirituality in her music, and how she truly does not seem to care about the male perception of her. I think at the end of the day, Katy seems to be going the corporate route. She's always been a corporate pop star. And the look at me boys, I'm a strong independent woman route, which promises more money and more fame, whereas Kesha truly is doing her own thing on her own terms, not trying to put up an act. To go one step further on this is entirely impossible because Kesha was seen as vapid and trashy, which is true. They did kind of look at her as kind of vapid and trashy because she did like TikTok and other stuff, but I kind of preferred Kesha because Kesha was like messy. So I was living for it. And this is over there. Oh, this is on Naomi Campbell's page that this was said. Oh, they said by male listeners, when she debuted, Katy Perry's first image was much more palatable. There was always a level of irony and camp to it, but she was more traditionally sexy, and songs like I Kissed a Girl were clearly meant to be cheeky listener bait. Kesha talked about sex too, but it was much more frank and in your face. Her earlier persona, which was inauthentic and meant to be appealing, but wasn't taken seriously by a lot of dudes, helped to free her from having to appeal to them now, but I'm 100% sure that wasn't intentional. Now we know about everything with Dr. Luke and how little control she had over her image. Basically, I think KP had to be willing to sacrifice conventional appeal as a pop star to get some authenticity back at this point. I think what makes her seem so try hard is that she is still trying to walk the line of making radio hits. Yeah, when girl, you already passed your prime with the whole radio hits thing. This is why you just got to do your own thing because radio is very ageist towards women once you get to be a certain age. And shout out to speaking of people under Dr. Luke, and I think she's not really under her anymore, but shout out to Kim Petras. Because I saw her, she performed at Pride. They played her little, I saw that Billboard when I was over on social media had played her she has a new song or whatever the case is. And it wasn't really much that they played, but from what it sounded, I'm like, it sounds like something very like in that whole Charlie XCX realm of electro dance music or whatever. But I'm looking forward to Period by Kesha when that comes out. All right, y'all. So let's get back into the show and let's get into some sad homosexual news because I didn't even know he was gay. So yeah, the voice actor Jonathan Joss. One of the things I did not know, like I said, I didn't know he was gay. I wasn't really a big watcher of King of the Hill. Like I've seen a couple of episodes, but I was not really a big King of the Hill follower. But yeah, apparently there was some story that one of the voice actors was killed by his neighbor. But the crazy part is that yeah, his husband is accusing his killer. He said it was a homophobic attack, and we have the cops that's out here saying that it wasn't a homophobic attack. They said that's the full picture, and then at the bottom, if y'all can see, that's the mugshot. I actually got the full mugshot, and I will get to that in a second. But yeah, I just want to give you all that full photo before we got to the rest of the thing. But anyway, so yeah, so now Jonathan Joss, he played actually John Redcorn on King of the Hill. And he was 59 years old. He was killed in Texas. And you already know, like we talked about it earlier, that Texas is, pushing back a lot of the queer rights. We had it was mentioned earlier that and by one of the commenters that yeah, like Texas just passed a bill. Wait, hold on. Let's Google because I want to get it right. Where I could basically talk about oh yeah, they said that's so look. So basically what it is like Texas has enacted several laws that impact the LGBTQ plus community, including those related to gender affirming care for minors, trans student athletes, and the definition of man and woman in state records. These laws have been met with legal challenges and public outcry. So yeah, there's been a lot of stuff that has been going on regarding Texas. So when somebody goes and says that it was possibly a homophobic attack, I'm not surprised by this, and I'm gonna actually believe people when they say this, even though the police is out here saying there's no evidence. Because yeah, they said that also in 2025, Texas saw a wave of anti-LGBTQ plus legislation, particularly targeting transgender individuals, including bans on DEI programs in schools and LGBTQ plus clubs, restrictions on gender-affirming care for minors, and laws mandating the use of bathrooms and facilities based on sex assigned at birth. And I don't know if it was necessarily Texas, but I already told y'all the story about a trans man who wanted to use the restroom. They told him he had to use the restroom of the gender he was assigned at birth, which would be female. He went and used the female's bathroom, and then they beat him up. So how you going to tell me that the law is that we only acknowledge either male and females? There is no non-binary. There is no transgender. There is no in-between. And this is no different than the times of like, when y'all didn't want black people using the bathrooms or drinking from the same water fountain and stuff. This is the new boogeyman. So we're going to go after trans people because they're the ones that's taking away your jobs. They're the ones that's doing all these other things. So it's like, yeah, now we're going back to harassing homosexuals. So yeah, now they're out here trying to ban clubs that support gay students because it's like, and you already heard the news about what was it? About the recent petition that was signed by like Ariana Grande and Pedro Pascal and all them, where they're going after the Trevor Project, which helps a lot of queer youth. It's a suicide hotline. So then they're trying to take money from that. So yeah, so now let's get into the story because I wanted to actually just set all of that up before we get into the actual story of what happened because I want y'all to be aware of what's going on in Texas and the roles in the anti-LGBTQ plus laws that are going on out there. So now, hours after news broke that the King of the Hill actor was killed during a dispute with their former neighbor in San Antonio, Texas, on June 1st, the first day of Pride Month, his husband offered his first-hand account of the incident. Tristan Kern de Gonzalez took to Joss's Facebook page to reveal that he was present when Joss was shot and claimed the issue was rooted in homophobia. Now, I do have the full clip of, well, not even the full clip. I have the full photo of, well, his statement, I should say. So let me take this out so y'all can see it. And then I'll read it. So, statement from Tristan Kern de Gonzalez. He said, husband of Jonathan Joss. My husband Jonathan Joss and I were involved in a pow-powing while checking the mail at the site of our former home. That home was burned down after over 2 years of threats from people in the area who repeatedly told us they would set it on fire. We reported these threats to law enforcement multiple times and nothing was done. Throughout the time, we were harassed regularly by individuals who made it clear they did not accept our relationship. Much of the harassment was openly homophobic. When we returned to the site to check our mail, we discovered the skull of one of our dogs and its harness placed in clear view. This caused both of us severe emotional distress. We began yelling and crying in response to the pain of what we saw. While we were doing this, a man approached us. He started yelling violent homophobic slurs at us. He then raised the gun from his lap and fired. Jonathan and I have no weapons. We were not threatening anyone. We were grieving. We were standing side by side. When the man fired, Jonathan pushed me out of the way. He saved my life. Jonathan is my husband. He gave me more love in our time together than most people ever get. We were newlyweds. We picked Valentine's Day. We were in the process of looking for a trailer and planning our future. He was murdered by someone who could not stand the sight of two men loving each other. And this is what happens when you're dealing with stuff like this in a country where there's actual things that we should be pissed off about, but we have a government that wants to be like, gay people are evil, trans people are trying to turn your kids into trans, they're trying to change your gender. They're coming for your, they want to infiltrate your sports. They sit and they say all this craziness to get y'all riled up, playing into your fears. Ooh, it's the new boogeyman. Queer people are the boogeyman. They're coming to kill you. They're coming to get you, Barbara. Like, it's very that. And these people are so indoctrinated in their hate. But don't worry, that old incel bastard is locked up because we got his mugshot courtesy of TMZ. So hold on, because I'll pull that up for y'all to see. So y'all know who this heifer is. Because I gotta find the photo. I was like, oh, I forgot I put it under I put it in the mugshot chair. Hold on. I got her. Here she is. Yeah, this is what this old bastard look like. Well, and better do drop the soap, queen. Now, they said, according to the Post, Johns and Gonzalez allegedly found the remains of one of their dogs left out for them to see. But that's like, wait a minute. So y'all went and killed these people's dog, and you left the dog so that when they came back, they would see it. Those are serial killer tendencies. Because don't they always say serial killers normally, they start killing animals? And to me, it's like, why are y'all so concerned with how other people live their lives and what they doing, to the point where it's like, oh, I'm going to take it upon myself to be judge, jury, executioner and take your life because I hate what you're all about. And it's crazy to me that we have somebody who was a voice actor and y'all living in a trailer. So what else they had to say? Because I'm trying to move on from them, because now it's in the article is actually breaking down the whole thing that I just read. We don't need to read that again. So now they said in a follow-up post, Gonzalez confirmed that he has absolutely no plans yet on the memorial service, but would keep fans posted. He said there's not a need to donate to the GoFundMe. He said, well, you know what? Hold on, because I want to take it off of here. I don't need to focus on this ugly bastard. Let's go back to this picture. Fuck him. So, and let me cover that up. We're going to go back to this picture. I just want y'all to see what he looked like. Okay, so now, so yeah, so they said, but I want everyone to remember the joy and the love Jonathan has brought and will continue to bring forever. I have my essentials covered, and our family in San Antonio is taking care of me until I can get back to South Carolina. Instead of donating, Jonathan and I would both rather you spread the word about the consistent injustice done to him, to us, and to our dogs. We had so many beautiful plans for the future. Despite Gonzalez's claims, the San Antonio Police Department issued a statement on Twitter where they stated that they are currently investigating the murder of Jonathan Joss and whether it was a hate crime, but so far have found no evidence to indicate that Mr. Jones's murder or Joss's murder was related to his sexual orientation. Well, if somebody is seriously out here telling you that we were picked on, we were constantly called homophobic slurs, that they went and they killed our animal, left the remains out for us to even see when we came back to get our mail, which I would have been like, well, maybe it was a sense of excuse me, it was an emergency because they were harassed so much that they didn't think about, okay, we need to find a new place, an address, and forward our mail, because they did say they were in the process of getting a new trailer. So they were probably in between places and trying to get up out of that situation because living in that neighborhood was so insufferable and they felt that their lives was in danger. It was like, you know what, we're gonna go get our mail, and then here we go dealing with this shit. And then the neighbor was like, oh look, they back. So they was out lurking, whatever the case was, sort of they was seeing what was going on. They yelling and all pissed off, and then you went and killed them because you don't like what they're all about. So now you out here in jail because you allowed your hate to take over who you are as a, you know, you allowed your hate to take over. So the Parks and Recreation alum was pow-powed and killed on the evening of June 1st at the age of 59. People previously reported, according to police, authorities were dispatched to a shooting in progress at Joss's address around 7 p.m. where they found him lying near the roadway. Despite attempting life-saving measures, paramedics pronounced him dead at the scene. Officers quickly found and detained a suspect, 56-year-old Sigfredo of course, he's a meat-I-meat-out. Why am I not surprised? Sigfredo Alvarez Seham, who had fled the scene in a vehicle. Now, if you was all about your homophobia, you should have stood 10 toes down in that shit. But of course, like a bitch, his ass ran. He has now been booked for Red Room, and the investigation is still ongoing. Per police, people can confirm that the suspect is a neighbor. So yeah, so you had a problem with him, and you know it was, and now we see what it is. Now, just 2 days before the fatal pow-powing, Joss disrupted a panel about the upcoming King of the Hill revival at the ATX TV festival, and it kind of makes me wonder that, you know what, he probably was gonna, now because I did forget about that, they are doing a revival of King of the Hill. He probably was about to get back to doing voiceover work, and so he would have been out here acting again, and now he can't because this asshole took his life. At one point, he stood up in the audience and spoke out about the discrimination he had been facing. He said, I'm an actor. I see a mic. I use it. I see a wrong. I make it right. I take a breath. I want to breathe. He then revealed, my house burned down 3 months ago because I'm gay. Before sitting back down, a showrunner on stage pointed out that Joss played John Redcorn on the iconic series and confirmed that he was set to return for the reboot. So he was even shouting this before his life was taken. So why would he lie? Like, literally the evidence was there, but Texas being Texas, you know, this is the result. They want to sit and lie and say, oh no, it wasn't due to homophobia. Fuck out of here. It wasn't, you know it. But before we get up out of here, I do want to play this clip from It's Luke 7, one of my favorite people over there on social media, where this kid always goes in on bigots. He goes in on the Trump administration, and I ain't never heard an F word that he was not afraid to use. This boy cusses more than me. So, hold on. I was like, damn, I almost forgot how to get my own stuff. So let me pull up this clip that I saw over on his Instagram. And we'll come back and we'll talk. Please hold.
Ever want to hear another motherfucking conservative talk about how, well, we don't care what you do behind closed doors? Because last night, Jonathan Joss, an actor you might have seen in things like King of the Hill and Parks and Recreation, and his husband Tristan were getting the mail at their former residence that burned down at the beginning of the year. Upon getting there, they found the remains and harness of one of their dogs, quote, in plain sight. The two were immediately and understandably grief-stricken. They were then approached by a man shouting homophobic slurs who then produced a firearm and opened fire. Jonathan pushed Tristan out of the way but was fatally wounded in the process, and the man was later arrested. This is all taken directly from Tristan's statement to the public, and he makes an important note to say that he and Jonathan were not threatening anyone, they were simply grieving. Now, any rational person hears this and thinks that's a fucking hate crime. But oh no, not conservative media. To them, this is a disagreement between neighbors. No, you fucking bigots. A disagreement between neighbors is when a Karen gets pissed because a fence is 1/8 of an inch over the goddamn property line. This is a fucking hate crime. And if you can't see this, or you push this fucking rhetoric about how, well, love who you love, just keep it behind closed doors, get fucked. I don't...
Well, look, and I couldn't have said it better myself, but he always tells people to get fucked. That's like his ongoing thing. And I've heard so many people say run for office. Oh no, he's way too progressive for office. But I would like to see him be a politician because I feel like this new generation of politicians gonna be talking just like him. Y'all already changed the narrative when it comes to how we see politics now. Politics of old, the way I grew up, is no longer null and void. Now it's about the trolling and it's about virality and being crazy and kooky and messy and all that stuff. So when they go low, we tap dance on the 5 rings of hell, apparently. So shout out to Luke. He always gives me my life when it comes to some of the videos that he has up on it. He's like one of my top go-tos when I want to have a cackle because he speaks like how I speak. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Shout out to Jonathan and his husband. You know, you didn't even really get to enjoy your marriage. Like y'all just got married and then this is what you got to deal with homophobic idiots out here. So, and especially with this being Pride Month, people, please be safe out here in these streets because I don't trust it feels so uneasy right now to be living in these dire times, especially with this current administration and then how the next 4 years is going to be. So I definitely want to hear from y'all, condolences and all that good stuff. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Not Sabrina Carpenter's man, child. It's about Barry Keoghan saying, oh, that's the song, I forgot. As a man, you'd rather be with your kid from a girl who could give you, wait, what? You'd rather be with your kid than a girl who could give you one? But why wouldn't he want to be with his kid? I mean, he has a kid from a previous relationship, and no shade, Sabrina, but I don't know. I haven't heard the song yet. I don't know the whole Jessica situation, but if I have a child from a previous relationship, my kid will always come first before any relationship I'm in. And that's just no shade. You got to know that comes with it because that is a part of who I am. And I will never put a relationship over my child. And if that's the way she's coming from it with this ain't a good look, sis. So, but if he out here being immature in a man child, I can understand that. Like if he acting like the white equivalent of Offset, I can totally understand her going in with the song. But also, you know, we talked about it on the show that he revealed that he has a drug addiction, that he's an addict. Well, I think he's clean. He is clean now, but he was, you know, he comes from a long line of addicts. He lost both his parents to drugs. He had his uncle OD'd. He was on heroin. You know, Barry talks about being on heroin. He showed the scars to prove it and all that stuff. So it's probably a lot to deal with. This broke me. I would call myself John Redcorn because of how much I look like him, and I was very spooked for the rest of the day. I even had to talk to my mom about it because I was so scared. He said, and F the New York Post for not wanting to call it a hate crime. Please, fuck the New York Post. It's funny how you said it, and I'm saying it. You have to realize the New York Post is a Republican newspaper. They're very much, you know, they're a tabloid. They're trash. So the only time I use anything out of the New York Post is page 6 because it's tabloid and they're salacious in their delivery with certain things that we talk about on the show. But if I talk about news directly from they're a conservative paper for like people who need to read in big print. It's not like they're the New York Times. I feel like things are only going to get worse before it gets better the next 4 years. Exactly. That's why I say, especially during this Pride Month. So everybody out here wanting to twirl and twirl and live their best life and walk around in their they-them outfits. It's like, yeah, y'all need to be safe out here. Carry a blade, do something. Because, you know, people out here just running up on people trying to harass and abuse and all the other craziness. It's also unclear if he is or isn't in the case. Oh, no, it said, well, I think you probably wrote this while I was covering the story, but at the end they did say that he was going to be back in the show. The cast had a reunion at some convention without, and they said he was. Oh yeah, and they said without him, and he showed up unexpectedly and was escorted out. Was he? Because they said that he got on the mic and spoke. The stuff like this that makes small town queers like myself want to move to majors. Again, I think that's what I think we worry about too. And so when you get people out here and say, well, why do gays need a pride month? Why do they need a pride? For this exact fucking reason? Because y'all won't mind the business that pays y'all, because y'all worry so much about what people are doing. You keep talking about you need to do what's going on, you need to keep what y'all doing behind closed doors. But we do. But yet and still, because I'm in your neighborhood, because you see me, you're constantly thinking about what I'm doing behind those closed doors, and it bothers you. Probably because you were indoctrinated with hate by your parents, or you're in the closet and you're mad because these people over here are living their life authentically, and because of religion, your family, whatever the issue may be, you don't have the balls to live your life out loud and proud. So if I can't live my life out loud and proud, you faggots over there can't live your life out loud and proud. Hence why I need to take your life. Hence why I need to harass you. Hence why I need to all of a sudden become a pyromaniac and burn your house down. When it's like, oh no, there have been lawsuits up the ass. You burn down my stuff. But when you live in an area where not even the law enforcement will protect you, what are you going to do? Exactly. I would say he should raise his own kid, but I think the kid stays with the mother. But, you know, so I definitely feel for the small town queers. Like for me, I don't know what it's like to have to deal with queer discrimination and those other stuff because I grew up in a metropolitan area. I'm a born and bred New Yorker. So I understand like there is discrimination stuff, but I've never experienced it because New York, we don't put up with that. Now I'm not going to say that we don't have bashings and people don't get harassed and stuff out here, but I have never encountered that. But people that are in smaller towns that aren't afforded that privilege, I can totally understand that. So I definitely feel for a lot of the small town kids. Just like I was saying, like when it came to the Trevor Project and other things, luckily I was surrounded by the queer people, trans women stuff that kept me on the straight and narrow, that looked out for me, that taught me the things of how to navigate through the hard streets of New York and develop my street smarts. Whereas when you look at other people, they're not afforded that. They need a Trevor Project. They need a gay straight alliance. They need all these other things so that way they can feel like it's okay to be me. It's okay to be out proud and gay. Or the bottom line is walking in your truth and being comfortable in your own skin. That's what pride really means. It's not about coming out and wearing a thong up your ass and some short shorts. That's not what pride is about. Pride is not always about, it's also not about corporation thing, but I don't want to talk too much on that because we got to get to the Cynthia Nixon story, which actually kind of plays into that. So let's get into the Cynthia Nixon story because she recently did she gave a powerful speech at Equal Price Pride of Broadway celebration, and this was yesterday. And I think she's also the cover girl for the Advocates Pride issue. So shout out to her. And then of course we got And Just Like That season 3 is currently airing over there on HBO Max, which I haven't gotten around to watching the new season yet, but I did hear that she lost Rosie O'Donnell's nun character. I think she's playing a nun on the show. She lost her virginity to Cynthia Nixon's to Miranda. I'm like, girl, you out here deflowering women of a certain age? I can see how all that goes out. But anyway, let's get into the story. So they said as the cover star of Advocates Pride issue, Nixon delivered a speech at the Pride of Broadway event where she was honored alongside Out's Pride issue cover stars Kristen Chenoweth, Adele Dazeem, aka Adina Menzel, Malia Joy Moon, Leah Salonga, and Megan Hilty. Didn't Megan Lea Salonga have a child that came out of the closet recently as a part of the LGBT? Look, there's a lot of children that I've heard that has come out as queer. I just heard recently, didn't Tim McGraw and Faith Hill's child, just daughter, came out as part of the queer community. We have oh my god, what's her freaking name? Tia Carrera. Her child came out as trans. Jamie Lee Curtis has a trans child. Like, there's a lot of celebrities that are just like, damn, this is like a lot of kids part of the queer community, which proves the point of like how I think Gen Z, Gen Alpha, they're becoming like more of those generations. You're starting to see more queer people coming, like the rise of queer people. That it is not something that's just contagious and all of a sudden it's turning people this way. It's just more people, I guess, are feeling comfortable enough to come out. And it just shows that sexuality, gender identity is fluid. It's not as black and white as society wants everyone to believe. So they said after being welcomed to, and also I think Cynthia Nixon has a trans child, if I'm not mistaken. So anyway, so they said after being welcomed to the stage by Sam Champion, another homosexual, Nixon. I feel like I got fake teeth in my mouth. Nixon told a story about a friend who lives in Seattle who saw the Advocate in a supermarket drawing cheers from the crowd, saying, quote, at a time when so many magazines have shuttered and at a time when it is so important to have free press, and it's so important, especially to have queer free press, as they're trying to silence us and erase our beauty. And we always have known that our visibility is the most important thing, not only to survive, but to thriving. Nixon said about her honor of being on the cover of Advocate during Pride Month. Quote, we've really come a long way in 20 years, on screen and off screen. And I don't know about you, but I'm not planning on going back. And I read in the Advocate that I think 14 corporate sponsors have dropped out of Pride this year. And 4 out of the platinum sponsors, which means corporations that give $175,000 or more, 4 out of the 5 of them have dropped out. And I just want to say, bigger isn't always better. And that, for me, Pride, the last few years, has just gotten a little sanitized and corporatized. And I think we don't need these people coming in and trying to steal our glitter and our glory and our spotlight. At a time like this, we need it to be us and the people who really care about us and want to fight for us. And you want to know something? How long have I been saying this? I've been saying this for the longest. I've been getting so sick of it. And this is why I think one of the reasons why I have not really done Pride. The only Pride that I've done in the past couple of years, and unfortunately I didn't get to do it this year, I only go to Queen's Pride. Queen's Pride, I think, is because it still feels, well, one, an organization I used to work for, ACQC, is a big, they're a big part of Queen's Pride. It's a lot more intimate. And they have like the 2 stages. A lot of people that I know I always run into, like a lot of my friends and men that I've slept with at these events because it's such an intimate setting. So that usually happens. I'm trying to move past the men that I've slept with line. But so yeah, I love Queen's Pride. For the overall, like how small it is, how intimate, that sort of thing. The mainstream Pride, the main Pride that we have, the one in Manhattan during the last Sunday of the month, which it brings out it's probably gonna bring out a lot of the assholes. So they really gonna have to big up the police. Like, it's got to be a big police presence this year because I feel like something crazy gonna pop off, which is why. But then I do feel like what Cynthia said is accurate, that it has become very corporatized. Which is why I don't really like going to these things. And you always get it. Like, we make the jokes, we see the memes, we post the memes, we do the jokes every year. June 1st, every company under the sun will put a rainbow on their shit. Then July 1st come, it's like a ghost town. It's like they never even existed. Like, they never even really was all pro LGBT, whatever. But they know we as queer people have a disposable income. They know that. I mean, unless you're someone who has, like, you want to follow the whole heteronormative idea of what a relationship is, the monogamy, the white picket fence, and the kids, and the dog, and the car, and all that other stuff. You want to follow the Wally and June Cleaver idea of what a marriage is, which some homosexuals are more or less into doing. If you're not a part of that, and you just a regular homosexual or a part of the LGBTQ plus community that has a disposable income, that has a great job, and not interested in having kids, is, you know, out here just living fruitful and fancy free, that has an open marriage or open relationship, or just don't want to be in a relationship at all, and just like having their freedom and hunching whoever they feel like, whenever they feel like, then yeah, these companies want you to go buy into their products, but they're not really for us. And I feel like with this whole thing, I really wish, instead of people bitching, oh, well, these corporations don't really want to give us money, then I think you do need to look at it from the point of where Cynthia's looking at it, which is, like she said, Pride has become a little sanitized and corporatized, and we don't need these people coming in and trying to steal our glitter and our glory and our spotlight. At this point, it needs to be about us. It needs to be about the people who care about us. It needs to be about the people who will fight for us. And we have to remember, I feel like this is a point where this is the time that the elder homosexuals and the trans people need to remind those of you who are only knowing of Pride as big floats and pomp and circumstance, that Pride was originally a protest. It's about fighting for our equal rights. And I feel like that's what we need to get back to focus on. What is the overall goal? What is the overall root of why we celebrate Pride? Is it about the corporations accepting us? Is it about the mainstream accepting us? I don't give a fuck about the mainstream accepting me. I'm going to still walk up out here and let my flame burn bright. I'm going to still go out here and be a butch queen. I'm going to still go out here and just live in my truth. It took me a long time to get to this point where I feel comfortable in my skin, in the words of Beyonce. It took a long time for me to get to that point. And in the words of like what Cynthia said, and even Kamala Harris, because she ain't using the slogan no more, I ain't going back. She said we, but I'm talking about me. So it also goes on to say, and I'm going to just wrap this up because I didn't read the whole article, but it is went on to say, in our cover story for The Advocate, the Emmy, Tony, and Grammy winner discussed the recent viral video of her speech in which she defended trans kids at a protest outside of NYU Langone Hospital. Because I think this is around the time when they were trying to deny kids from getting gender-affirming care. Well, I think they were going to go and get the surgery. So it was like, yeah, they didn't want these kids to be. I was like, okay, I need to undermine y'all business. If these parents are doing what they got to do to save their kid's life, that's on them. Who are you as the government to step in and tell somebody what they can and cannot do with their own kid? What about your own goddamn kids? So she said, it felt particularly personal because it was very much in our backyard. We live in the shadow of NYU Langone, and it was the place where my son got his first treatment and got his surgery. Nixon said about her 28-year-old trans son, Sam. He received such wonderful care from such an amazing surgeon, so that seemed very personal. She also spoke of what she's doing to not let President Trump's attacks on women in the queer community get to her. She said, my kids are thriving. My wife is beautiful. I'm happy and have these wonderful projects that are about to come out. Queer joy and trans joy. I do think that these are political acts. You may be controlling a lot of levers of power, but you are not controlling the levers of me. The Pride of Broadway red carpet, they said is okay. Do we care about who's sponsoring it? Well, maybe we should, because these are the people that's actually supporting us. So it's sponsored by Maybelline New York with support from the cover party from Gay Water. There's something called Gay Water. Where's that at? Heineken, Hornitos Tequila, and official hotel partner Moto Times Square. Oh, I've been hearing a lot about Hornitos. I've never had it before. I only became familiar with Hornitos because they're also a sponsor of the Roscoe's viewing party that's hosted by Naisha Lopez and Batty and all the girls and stuff over there. You know where they do the drag race viewing party. So they're a sponsor of stuff too. So I was just like, Oh, so now I'm becoming more familiar with Hornitos. Are they must be a relatively new tequila because I haven't started hearing about them until recently. But anyway, so shout out to you, Cynthia, and continue to fight the good fight. But and we need more people out here that's doing that. But so I like the celebrities that's coming out here and they're speaking out and they're protesting and they're making their word and everything. They're making their voices heard, and I'm glad that in these dire times, people like Cynthia Nixon are not afraid to let their voices be heard. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do y'all think of this story? Regarding what she had to say about Pride, do you feel like it has become too corporatized? Do you feel that it has become a little too sanitized, that we've gotten a little boring, we've gotten a little too safe, we got a little too comfortable, and now it's like with this current administration reminding y'all that it don't matter how comfortable y'all get. At the end of the day, y'all ain't nothing but a bunch of freaks and arrogance. And so now we always gotta, I'm so glad I was born and bred in New York because while I got my, I relax at times, I always got my eye on the situation and I'm always on, on guard. So I never let my guard down fully. I'll let it down. Like if we're talking 100%, I let my guard down about 75. The other rest is up. The other 25 is like, don't play. Like I'm still got my eye on the situations. I don't be trusting no bitch out in these streets. And I think people get too damn comfortable because it's like how so many strides that we made, they all get too comfortable and then they come with the swoop down and they start trying to get rid of a lot of the things that we worked so hard to have in this country regarding equality. So I definitely want to hear from you also. Let me know what your thoughts on this story in the comments down below. All right, so let's go on up and see what the peoples are saying. I'm pretty sure a lot of parents want to move, but it's expensive. But the South is the only place. I know where family values are still huge. Well, yeah, it is very expensive. And especially if you're trying to move to a metropolitan area, like that's a huge culture shock. And it's extremely expensive living out here in like places like New York and LA and things of that nature. All the Pride merch moved online, but if we get a Democrat president in office, it would be rainbows of corporate pride. There was one video I saw, like somebody exposed this guy that went into I think he went into a Target and started damaging the Pride merch. And then they exposed him that somebody was like, well, they exposed him as being like on Grindr. I told you a lot of these people that be out here protesting and trying to do things for attention, they be out themselves. And those are the ones I feel like go ahead and out. Because real people who are comfortable with who they are not out here worrying about what other people are doing in the confines of their own bedroom. But I don't know how I feel about that. It's like, oh, we want to be on the safe side, so we're going to move things online. So we're like some big secret or whatever. In the words of Lil Nas X saying, fuck your kids, fuck your merch. I did see that Abercrombie & Fitch is selling crop Jimbo the drag queen shirts and crop Orville Peck, Britney, and Gaga tank tops. Who was the company that I just heard that is it Balenciaga or somebody I know? Who is it that Britney is partnering up with that she's selling her merch? I heard that story today. I don't remember what it is though. And he said, I'm surprised out of all the clothing brands. Yeah, Abercrombie & Fitch, they're problematic. I would not. I mean, those shirts sound pretty cool, and I would wear them, but not from A&F. Pride means fighting back against the repressed. Exactly. That's exactly what Pride is about. And I think a lot of people have forgotten that. A lot of y'all thinking what it's about clubbing and sucking dick. First of all, if it wasn't for them trans women that y'all be throwing shade at and don't be protecting, you wouldn't be able to suck said dick in them public places or wherever y'all be doing it. Google also did tribute to Hyperpop for Pride. Not sure if it's on the Google search screen, but I did. Well, I may have to check and see how that all works out. I saw a video of a guy destroying the Target Pride. Yeah, that's funny enough. He just I didn't refill his comment, and here he brings him the same thing. He said, I saw a video of a guy destroying the Target Pride area, and then it came out he was on Grindr. They be the main ones. I remind people we celebrated Pride when he was president last time. I'm like, we could also breathe, and Washington hated him too. Oh, okay. I don't even know where Abercrombie & Fitch store too. I mean, is. It is. Oh, it is Balenciaga doing a collab. Not unfortunately. Britney and Balenciaga, many fans are disgusted because it's Wait, they charging people $2,000 for a $40 shirt? Michelle, I would just basically do what everybody else do. Just get the rip-off discount from somewhere else. Look, Balenciaga, sorry, you're not gonna get the money. Because they don't way in hell I'm paying $2,000 for a Britney shirt. I know there's some people that would, Crystal, but hell no. I wouldn't even pay $2,000 for a Madonna shirt. So no, you out your mind. Because what y'all doing is you're charging that because it's Balenciaga. That's why you doing that. When it's like you could just rock any old Britney shirt and it would be cute. You said I can get a $20 shirt. Exactly, with Britney's face on it from Hot Topic, not with a coupon. Oh, you laughing because I said Crystal. I was like, we here, we know. hmm But anyway, okay, so now let's speaking of Madonna, let's talk about her. Oh look, I didn't say Madonna. Nah, I did. But I was like, yeah, let's talk about Madonna. So we're already in Pride Month. Happy Pride, everybody. You know, we did have some crazy negative stories earlier, but let's lighten up the mode a little bit. Let's get a little positive. So, yeah, The Mirror, shout out to them, did like a list of people who have influenced queer culture and pop culture. And of course, they have Madonna and they have RuPaul as some big influencers. And I can get with that. But they also had like people like Alan Turing and Freddie Mercury and things of that nature. So we'll go down the list. Now it says throughout history, LGBTQ plus trailblazers have been instrumental in pushing the boundaries of society and championing change, be it on stage, at protests, or tirelessly working behind the scenes. This Pride Month, we're shining a spotlight on some of history's most remarkable LGBTQ plus figures who dare to be different and challenge the status quo. One they picked was Alan Turing. It says renowned mathematician Alan Turing. Didn't what's his name? Benedict Cumberbatch play him in a movie? So yeah, they say Alan Turing made history by cracking the Enigma code, an extraordinary feat that significantly shortened World War II and aided the Allied victory over Nazi Germany. Tragically, his heroic wartime efforts were overshadowed by Britain's strict anti-gay laws. In 1952, Turing faced arrest and conviction for his homosexuality, resulting in his untimely death at 41, believed to be by his own hand. Turing's legacy endured with a posthumous royal pardon granted in 2013 and an extension of this pardon to thousands of men wrongly convicted under similar laws in 2017, a tribute now referred to as the Alan Turing Law. His iconic image now adorns the $50 pound banknote. Or is it called $50 or is it 50 pounds? No, dollars is American. Pounds is British. It's 50 pound banknote. I done turned it into two different things. Okay, so the next person they picked was, we'll just leave because I didn't put all the pictures and stuff in, so we're just going to have to use Madonna and RuPaul as we go down this thing. So that's why I haven't changed it in the photos. But anyway, so the next person they picked was Marsha P. Johnson. They said drag performer and passionate African-American activist Marsha P. Johnson left an indelible mark on the fight for trans rights and LGBTQ plus equality in the 60s and 70s. She fearlessly stood up against the authorities during the infamous Stonewall Inn raid in New York City in 1969, sparking the pivotal Stonewall uprising that dramatically shifted the LGBT plus rights landscape. Johnson importantly co-founded activist groups, transforming into a key emblem of rebellion and representation for the trans and queer communities, with a particular resonance among people of color. Well, the next person we're going to go to now, they're talking about Freddie Mercury, acclaimed as Queen's charismatic frontman. Freddie Mercury reigns among rock musicians, elite vocalists, captivating audiences with his dynamic stage presence and extensive 4-octave range. Yet, despite his exuberant stage identity, Mercury kept details of his sexuality away from public discourse. Commencing in 1985, he settled into a profound partnership with Irish-born hairdresser Jim Hutton, who he finally termed his husband. For Mercury, their bond was a sanctuary of comfort and comprehension, claiming he honestly couldn't ask for better. From 1982, Mercury began to show signs of HIV/AIDS, which led to a confirmed AIDS diagnosis 5 years later. Mercury maintained the privacy of his illness until a statement issued on November 23rd, 1991, shed light on his health situation. Just one night later, on November 24th, Mercury succumbed to AIDS at 45 in his Kensington home. But that's crazy that it was like, literally, they didn't make the announcement that he was suffering in private for a long time. And then it wasn't until 1991 that he talked about his situation. The minute he exposed it, he passed. It's kind of like the same thing with Pee Wee Herman. It's like Paul Rubens kept his homosexuality, everything under wraps until he did this documentary because he was sick and he was dying. And then once they completed the documentary, he passed away. It's crazy how life works in that way. It's like the universe holds off until you've fully gone full circle and completed all that you've set out to do in the world. And then it's like, okay, the Grim Reaper's coming. He want to take you home. And there was somebody, who was it? Oh, it was Coco Peru. She was like, when she died, briefly as a kid, because it was like something that happened, like some glass, and it cut open her leg and was in the hospital and said that she died, and they brought her back. She said she felt at peace when she was dead and was mad when they woke up, when they brought her back. So I'm trying to think, like, maybe that's kind of the energy that you feel when you pass away. It's just like everything's at peace, you're happy, because it just feels like we're just so filled with anxiety, dread, so much negativity in the world. And people just don't want to feel that. So it's like when you actually leave the world, you're probably probably a sense of joy. But then they said Hutton shared Mercury's life in his final 7 years, offering unwavering care through affliction and stood by him as his life ebbed away. As of 2024, recognition of Mercury's enduring influence saw him crowned the UK's prominent gay icon, according to a Durex survey. Y'all doing, what's that like? Isn't Durex condoms? All right, so the next person they have is David Bowie. So they said David Bowie secured his status as a gay idol with the daring creation of Ziggy Stardust, an enigmatic, sexually fluid, extraterrestrial rock sensation unveiled in 1972. David Bowie, who is much more than just a musician, dared to defy the norms of his era by publicly embracing androgyny and championing queer visibility. His bold declaration in 1972, "I'm gay and I've always have been," coincided with the momentous first gay pride march in Britain. Later, speaking candidly to Playboy, he revealed his bisexuality and mused on its effects of his success, saying, "I've used the fact very well. I suppose it's the best thing that's ever happened to me." Even though he eventually described himself as a closet heterosexual, I need to take that one. Bowie's earlier stance on sexuality and his performance ambiguity had an indelible effect on culture. Memorable moments like his flamboyant turn on Top of the Pops alongside Mick Ronson served as a beacon of expression for queer youth everywhere. Bowie passed away at 69 following an 18-month battle with cancer, yet irrespective of how he identified, his legacy is one of unbridled authenticity that inspired others to embrace their identities with courage. And I definitely love me some David Bowie. You know, there's so many people that have been inspired by David Bowie, Nine Inch Nails. Well, I should say Trent Reznor was. And one of my good friends, who's a performer, Michael T. Michael T and the Vanities. I just saw that he did a video where he was talking about he's got an event coming up, I think next month at Joe's Pub, where he's like he does a lot of David Bowie songs and stuff of that nature. So I think that's actually going to be what he's going to be covering there. I remember Sir Ari Goldman, he recipes always did a lot of performances at Joe's Pub. Sandra Bernhard has done shows at Joe's Pub. That's like where a lot of big talents and independent people, like, you really made it when you get to Joe's Pub. So I mean, that just reminded me of that with the whole David Bowie thing. And David Bowie's vision, the fact that he always switched up his sound, his look, he never just stuck by one thing. I think it was like maybe Madonna got the idea reinvention from David Bowie, because David Bowie was constantly reinventing himself, constantly changing up the concept of his albums, his looks, characters, I mean, he wasn't just Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars. He also was the Thin White Duke. He always went on by different names and things. I really more or less got into him when speaking of Trent Reznor, when he started experimenting in that sound, because that was kind of like my generation then, where it was like I really started getting into Bowie and listening to his previous music because of that. And then also Velvet Goldmine, that was a movie that really got me into David Bowie, because the movie, you couldn't tell me that movie wasn't inspired by David Bowie. Especially the alleged rumors that he and Mick Jagger had a little secret romance. And you had Christian Bale was up in that film. That was a good movie, by the way. I haven't seen that in a long time. But anyway, let's move on. Now, speaking of flamboyant performance, let's talk about Elton John. So, Sir Elton John solidified his superstar status, not through his music, with over 300 million records sold worldwide, but also as a vanguard for LGBTQ plus representation. He initially disclosed his bisexuality in a 1976 issue of Rolling Stone, then openly declared himself a homosexual in 1992. Now, since 1993, John has shared his life with David Furnish. They became civil partners in 2005, shortly after the UK sanctioned such unions, and converted this to marriage in 2014 when the nation recognized same-sex marriages. Together, they are the proud parents of 2 sons, brought into their lives through surrogacy. In 2019, he was bestowed with the highest civilian honor in France, the Légion d'honneur, by President Emmanuel Macron himself, who need to worry about his wife because she liked smacking him around, apparently. I'm sure y'all seen that video of them on the plane. Then he said he was honored as one of the earliest openly gay artists to champion LGBTQ plus rights. Well, that is true. And it kind of makes me wish I was a part of the times when, because it seems like now if guys wanted to come out and kind of do the whole David Bowie, Elton John flamboyant thing, I don't know. Would people be accepting of that today? Because we always hear like y'all be so quick with these slurs and all that other mess out here. Like y'all already out here making fun of Benson Boone, probably because it doesn't feel authentic with Benson Boone trying to play up this whole Freddie Mercury, Elton John type vibe, you know, with the unitards and stuff, and trying to embody that whole glam rock-esque type look. I kind of wish they would bring that back, but I don't know. I just think men doesn't have to feel like they could be brave enough to be like flamboyantly authentic. But I think there's some people out here that's not afraid to do that. I mean, we see Conan Gray. Conan Gray have no problem out here being flamboyant, and Troye Sivan and Adam Lambert. All right, so now let's get to the people of the hour, because I was giving y'all all of those celebrities, but let's talk about the 2 that you see in this picture. The first being Madonna, who has been very vocal and unyielding supporter of the LGBTQ plus community over the years, renowned for her sexual liberation and nonconformity. She's been romantically linked to various women, including model Jenny Shimizu. Wasn't she also messing around with Sandra Bernhard at one point? While she's never publicly acknowledged these affairs, she has admitted she slept with a good handful of women and proclaimed in a 1991 interview with The Advocate that everybody has a bisexual nature. Well, I've always heard that. Throughout her illustrious career, Madonna has continually dedicated performances and heartfelt tributes to the LGBTQ plus community, turning up unexpectedly at places like New York's Stonewall Inn in Greenwich Village, Manhattan, notable as the cradle of modern-day gay rights movement. In 2018, she made an impassioned declaration. She said, "I stand here proudly at the place where pride began. Let us never forget the Stonewall riots." And look, she's always popped up in places where you would think like at this stage of her career, she doesn't have to show up at Stonewall. She doesn't have to show up and, judge OTA or, show up at ballroom events and things of that nature. She doesn't have to support the community, but she continues to do it, even with her megastar status. So when people go out there and say, "Oh, you're trying to pander," and this and the other, it's like, at this stage of her career, she don't need to. She could be like, "Okay, I did what I needed with Vogue. I benefited wholeheartedly from that community, so I don't have to continue to give back. I don't have to continue to show up to, like I said, OTA." I don't have to show up to all these different things and show my continued support for the ballroom culture, who I owe a huge debt to, because it was like I brought a lot of that underground stuff into the mainstream. And then I also heard people in the comments, well, how come Lady Gaga's not up in there? We're born this way. Girl, that one little ass song. But they said LGBTQ plus trailblazers. What trail has Gaga blazed? I'll wait. And this is no shade to her. It's just saying that these things that we're talking about, these are people who have set trends. These are people who have continuously done things for the community at a time when it wasn't popular to do so. She came up at a time when it was okay to be a homosexual. It was okay to be a part, LGBT, out proud and all this other stuff. I think gay marriage and stuff was fresh and new. So I was like, yeah, she got her little cute Born This Way foundation, and she got her Born This Way song, and let's give a little anthem for the little monsters. But we talking about people who are blazing trails. Now let's get to our final trailblazer, and let's talk about Mama Ru. RuPaul Charles, acclaimed host of RuPaul's Drag Race, stands as the undisputed queen of drag, heralded for pioneering queer representation and entertainment. Since the debut of Drag Race in 2019, RuPaul's standing in Britain has escalated. Well, yeah, he does spend a lot of time in Britain because, he does Drag Race UK. It's at propelling a fresh cohort of drag queens into the limelight with luminaries such as the Vivienne, may she rest in peace, Tia Coffee, and Bag of Chips still in the show. Beyond his role as an entertainer, RuPaul has been a vocal advocate for voter registration, particularly within the LGBTQ plus community, a group that has historically seen lower turnout. He championed participation through a public service announcement tied to National Voter Registration Day, encouraging queer individuals to make their voices heard at the polling station. As the first drag artist to host a national chat show, RuPaul has blazed a trail for increased LGBTQ plus representation in the media. He continues to utilize his platform to highlight emerging talent and tackle crucial issues such as gender equality and racial justice. In acknowledgement of his influence, he was honored with the Vito Russo Award at the GLAAD Media Awards in 1999. So, yeah, RuPaul has definitely been somebody who has blazed a lot of trails, and I know some people feel a way about, certain situations and how he moves in the world or whatever. Like, say what you want about the drag race and how their interpretation of what is considered the art of drag, and I know people feel a way about, that whole situation, and it has sparked many a debate. But it is a pop culture phenomenon. He has managed to be one of the only drag artists who was able to take something that was considered taboo and underground and usher it into the mainstream. And I don't feel no negative ways about it. Like, yeah, I already know I do have my issues with Drag Race. I love the show, but I don't like how you have people out here who try to act like that this is what drag is. This is the representation of drag, and that's that. Like, you can't be a drag queen if you've never been on Drag Race. You're not a real drag queen if you don't sew or do your hair, do your makeup. So I guess Rue is not any of that either, because Rue don't do her own hair. She don't beat her own face, and she damn sure don't come up with that wardrobe. You don't see her in her house, in her mansion, sewing a dress together. She's styled. Zaldi makes all her stuff. Raven beats her face. I don't know who does her wigs. It used to be Delta, but Delta work ain't been with her for years. So I don't know who does her wigs. Maybe Raven does both. I don't know. But you can't deny the hustle. You can't deny the tenacity. You can't deny the house that Mama Ru has built and has given people the opportunities to carve out their own careers. Maybe their careers won't be as big as Ru's, and that's fine. But they've been able to carve out their own career, I'll say. So congratulations to all the people that was mentioned in this story. And I definitely want to hear from y'all. What are your thoughts on, Madonna, RuPaul, and so many others who were seen as the most influential LGBTQ plus figures shaping pop culture? I definitely want to hear from you in regards to this. Who do you think that they should have also included in there? They could be a celebrity. Or they could be somebody like a Marsha P. Johnson or an Alan Turing, somebody in that magnitude. They don't have to necessarily be, you know, a Madonna or RuPaul or an Elton John. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I've been using TeePublic lately to get custom t-shirts. I got one of the I maybe need to look into that. That whatever TeePublic is, because I'm like, I don't think I've ever heard of that. Kylie Minogue made history becoming the first female to join the 21 nightclub at the O2 Arena for doing 21 sold out shows at the Madison Square Garden of the UK. The exclusive club was named after, well, you know, maybe I think maybe next year she could probably do like she could up it up from 2 to 4 dates. I think that Kylie could definitely do more than 2 nights at the Garden when she decides to do another tour. The Late Prince, which was the first artist to do 21 shows in London at the O2 Arena, which Kylie is a fan of. So basically, it's a residency. She was at an arena last week where she said she had done 33 shows. You said, I still don't like, well, child, quiet as it's kept. Neither do I. So I think we might all be in agreement. We don't particularly care for Miss Elton, messy behind. I was like, wait, where did I go? Because I was like, I lost my place. Benson gets made fun of because he's just cringy and like a copy and paste of other artists. Notice how no one makes fun of That is true, but you want to know something? I feel like a lot of people have been accusing Benson of trying to be like a Harry Styles because of the looks and all that stuff. But I think at one point people was kind of clowning Harry Styles until he fully committed to the whole situation. Then people started to shut up. But they wasn't making fun. I do believe they was making fun of him in the beginning. But because they said that they was accusing Harry of queer baiting. They were, oh, he's queer baiting. Oh, he's trying to just pander to the community. You know, it was a lot of that. But it definitely feels like Benson Boone is not being authentically himself. And what the dead giveaway was that when people was making fun of him and talking about, oh, there's just like, I just find him cringy or whatever the case is, not having a real valid reason as to why they don't like him. He was like, well, let me know what it is about me so that way I could work on it. It's like, wait a minute now, you needed to listen to other people to know why, you know, what you could do to make yourself better. If you need to look at other people to figure out who you are, then you're fake. And at 20, I mean, you know, when you're 22 years old and you try to make it into the industry, a lot of times people his age don't know what the hell they are and what they want to make musically. Which is why a lot of his music doesn't really hit, except that one song that everybody talks about. One of his songs was in the Karate Kid. The new one, which I heard is not a good movie, by the way. Madonna has been fighting against homophobia for over 4 decades. Okay. They're just called pandering because they're trying to force a fake narrative. Why you putting these tongue twisters in here? Madonna was dubbed pro-Israel, but I'm like, Eurovision would tell you she's pro-peace, where both deserve peace. Hello, have they not seen the live rendition of Forbidden Love? Which is like one of my favorite segments of, oh my God, why did I forget the damn tour? The Confessions tour. I almost said Drown World. I'm like, that song wasn't even made before the Drown World tour. Whatever. People can go play in traffic. Wait, did I say 2019? Maybe it was, maybe I read that wrong, but it was like, wait, hold on. Let me go back. Yeah, they said the Drag Race UK came out in 2019. That's what it was. Thank God I didn't close the article. 2019 is when Drag Race UK came out. 2009 was the regular Drag Race. That's what they were talking about. Because the Mirror, where this article is, it's a UK publication. No. Now, Chris Gaga has been blazing the trail since she was being made fun of for a rumor that she was trans. Just 2 ago, she partnered with Sephora. Oh yeah, I did hear that. That she's doing something for Pride Month. So shout out to her. Okay, let me stop being messy. He said, yeah, for years he was against trans queens being on. Yeah, until they had to get his ass together. And the funny thing was, like, Ru knows better. RuPaul knows damn well because of the club scene that he came up in, the amount of trans performers that he has encountered during his drag years before he was You know, while he was out here struggling, being a drug addict and homeless. So if you're going to sit up here and try to act like you wasn't aware, you knew. You just so Hollywood, and you didn't want to bring that into the show until the fandom had to gather you. Yeah, it was a UK-based article. I guess Britney Spears is upset that Sam Asghari found out. Well, child, he wasn't going. There was only no shade, but it's only so much one could take dealing with all of whatever the hell Britney's going through. Like she's got to be a handful. So what you getting mad at him for? Girl, you can get you some dick too if you wouldn't stop going after the wrong ones. Stop dating felons. I guess Britney Spears is upset, but like I even said that her paranoia and being afraid to go out in public is affecting her finding love. That restaurant incident where she wanted to leave immediately because she couldn't avoid the eyes looking at her. That's what happened. Well, you know what? She needs a therapist. Season 14 had 5 queens that ended up coming out. Yeah, and it seems like there's a lot of people that's coming out trans a lot lately. There was a segment he did for some show in 1993 where he could be read as transphobic. He called them whatevers. I don't remember it that much, but it was a weird video. Not the whatevers. Ooh, child, the ghetto. But anyway, let's get to our final topic. It's funny, I didn't even do my thing before we get the thing. I was like, I guess because this has been a long ass show. We did 4 hours a day. Well, look, I ain't gonna be on tomorrow, so I had to give y'all this long shit. And we almost at midnight in New York. All right, let's get into this Kylie Jenner story. So now we got some tea on Jesus Guerrero, who was her stylist, her hairstylist, I'm sorry. It was he was what was it? Kylie and Jennifer Lopez's hairstylist. So according to TMZ, he passed away from severe pneumonia. The Los Angeles County Department of the Los Angeles County Department of Medical Examiner told the outlet that the hair guru contracted pneumonia and Cryptococcus neoformans. They said a fungal organism as a result of a weakened immune system. So his manner of death was listed as natural. Guerrero's cause of death comes after his sister announced his sudden and shocking passing at age 34 on February 22nd. It's crazy how 4 months later we're getting the results of what he passed away from. So they said it is with heavy heart that we let the world know that Jesus Guerrero has gone to heaven. This is what his sister shared on a GoFundMe page. He is a son, a brother, an uncle, an artist, a friend, and so much more. Born and raised in Houston, Texas to immigrant parents, Jesus learned how to work hard and dreamt of taking his skills to the top. Unfortunately, his passing came very suddenly and unexpectedly. Currently, his family is taking care of his personal belongings and accommodations to bring him home to Houston. His family soon after took to Instagram stories to thank everyone for all the love and support during their hard time. They added, Jesus was the brightest light. We have never doubted that he touched the hearts and lives of everyone he came across. We have fallen into tears repeatedly, reminiscing and wondering what he could have done differently to still have him with us. On February 25th, Kris suggested that Jesus died after being sick, telling Us Weekly that their family was able to track every one of his steps, but don't know what got him sick or what was the sickness. It all happened suddenly and no one knows why. This is what she said. Now, Kris went on to confirm that Jesus died at a U.S. hospital, and that's part of why there is so many unanswered questions, because nothing they had done was able to prevent this from happening. The grieving sister also explained that the glam guru had been sick during February when he worked with Kylie Jenner for the Santa Barbara International Film Festival, singer Accuses for the Grammys, and Jennifer Lopez for a work trip to the United Arab Emirates, saying everyone on his team did everything they could to get him to the doctors because he was not well. They told him he was not going to work. He should see a doctor and rest, and he wanted to come home. However, as soon as he showed up in Dubai, he didn't look well and was urged to go back to the hospital if he didn't get any better. He died after he returned to the U.S. I'm starting to think that it was probably because he was doing a lot of traveling. I don't necessarily understand what would cause this. What do they call it? There's Cryptococcus neoformans, which is a fungal organism. So he had a weak immune system. It could have been from a lot of the traveling that he was doing. Like you going to the United Emirates, you doing stuff with Kylie Jenner. And I understand it's like when you are freelance, when you are someone who makes a living doing celebrity hair, it does come with a lot of travel. But of course, with a lot of these celebrities, they're taking all kinds of retrimens and things to help with their immune system. And if they get sick, they have like the best care. But I kind of wish that this kid also would have had the best care for himself. I don't know if it was the celebrity's place to supply that, but I'm sure like the amount of money that he was probably making working for these celebrities could have afforded him the best care. I don't know. It's just sad to hear that somebody so young died from something like that. But I'm definitely curious to find out if anybody who understands medical stuff or medical jargon, what would be the cause of you developing something like that? His diagnosis. So yeah, shout out to Jesus's family, condolences and all that good stuff. It's sad when you're a parent who has to bury your child. Like no one wants to have to do that. I mean, it's inevitable if you have to do it. If you're a kid, you got to bury your parents because they're older. But when it's like your kid goes before you, I know that's got to be devastating and heartbreaking. So my heart goes out to Jesus's family. But it's good to know that we finally got some closure in this situation. We know where he passed from. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what your thoughts on this story in the comments down below. You said, could that have been from when he did? Man, who did Geraldo? You talking about RuPaul. I forgot. I was like, wait, we saw RuPaul with this one. Because I remember seeing a clip where he said, we born naked in the restaurant. Look, he's always been saying a lot of them quotes that he uses now. Everybody say love and we're all born naked in the restaurant. He still runs around with the mottos or using those mantras. It was nice of Kylie to pay for the funeral. Meanwhile, Hannaford just left him with the shade. Not to shade Kylie Jenner, Hit Girl is so thirsty for relevancy. She announced her breast implants and size and stuff. My thing is this. Timothy, you like a girl with fake titties? Like, I don't get what you're going to do with all that. Like, the implants. I found the video. RuPaul interviews not transvestite. Oh, yeah. I've seen those videos. Now, here's the thing. Those videos, yes, in today's climate will be problematic as hell. However, back in the day when she was doing the interview of the transvestite hookers and Star Booty and the tranny chase and stuff, like I cackled at all that because I got what she was doing with all that. Today it would be problematic, but I totally got what she was doing at the time that she was doing it. But I remember seeing, I remember that video. That was old New York when she did that thing and was sitting out here wearing like the cheapest outfit. But that was her looking all natty with that natty wig. Also, Jessie J announced she has breast cancer and is postponing her music career and such. She told the label, I need a year or two off, so the album is canceled. But now, every time Jessie J tried to come out and do something crazy comes up. And then I just heard, speaking of cancer, Dwight Eubanks, remember him from The Housewives of Atlanta? Excuse me, The Housewives of Atlanta? He announced that he has prostate cancer. And said that they discovered it late. That I think it was something to do with his HIV, and he went to get some type of blood work done. And I didn't even know he had HIV, or as I like to call it, the high five. I didn't even know he had that. And then he goes and says, like, yeah, they discovered he had prostate cancer. Like, it's crazy out here in these streets with how this cancer just creeps up on you. So I'm getting to the age where I'm going to have to get a prostate exam. So, but yeah, They said Jesus was beloved in the Hollywood community, was worn by many celebs, including Hannaford and Jenner. Oh yeah, because we already know Kylie paid for the fume, as I like to call it. Magical Mermaids in the building. It said T Chaser in response to Trinity on my face. I do love Trinity Chaser. I'm sorry. That is my song. Is Trying to chase us up in here. Let me make one thing feel. I ain't got no time for no looky look, boo. Just because you're with him, that don't make you gay. What's that tea? Now tell me what's that tea? That's why I be saying that all the time. Because it comes from that song. That was a bop though. And I do like, well, Response to Trans is such a stupid name, but I like the song. That album has some bops though. Everyone is coming out as trans, and a lot of people are detransitioning, but that's a yeah, you're right. There's a lot of that. That's why I'm just like, people need to just, and I think that's why it's, even though it's none of nobody's business, why it's rubbing people the wrong way, because there is a lot of that. The detransitioning definitely comes with the territory. Nobody's talking about that. And I feel like people be looking at that as, see, they're not really trans. It's like everybody's story is different, and it's sort of like, that's why I always am for the whole situation, like the old medical way of doing things, which is like, yeah, go through the years of therapy, really know if this is something you want to do, because you got to realize that once you transition, I mean, it might be hard to kind of go back to the old you. So really know if this is something that you want to do. Because then you got people out here spreading false narratives that they just giving out trans, surgeries like it's candy. When you getting like this administration spreading a bunch of lies and stuff. Yeah, the white. Yep, looky little boo. Where the training chasers at? But anyway, Nestle Crunchy said, I wonder why people see detransitioning as more valid than gays that have been not delivered. Yo, can I tell you the one thing I hate about the summertime is the damn mosquitoes. They was tearing my ass up today. It was almost 80 degrees in New York. But yeah, it is almost midnight, and y'all are welcome for the late show. And speaking of shows, I want to thank you all for tuning into this show. Let me, as I said before, I said it earlier in the show, but I forgot to do it in the middle of the show, but now I'm going to do it at the end of the show, as I normally do. If you have not already, please, if you have not, hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Also, be sure to smash that notification bell so that we know when we go live with a brand new episode of Kris Avalon Unfiltered. I won't be on tomorrow because I'll be working that good old Jelly Roll and Post Malone concert, but I will be back Thursday. Lord willing. I do got a lot of things to do on Thursdays, but I'll probably end up doing another late show. So yeah. I'll be back on Thursday with a brand new episode of Kris Avalon Unfiltered, and hopefully there'll be a lot more tea to come out. But even though it wasn't a lot of really interesting stories, look, I made it interesting. The show turned into something else. We went and did a whole 30-minute political corner. So the show was the show. So I do, and so I thank y'all, those of you who just, y'all in the comments, y'all definitely keep the show lit and all that good stuff and keep the show going. And not the stinky locker room pose. Oh, you said bring clothes. Nuh-uh, you gonna leave. Oh, you talking about because of Post Malone? A mess. But yeah, love you all for watching. Thank you all for supporting this mess of a show. Because I don't have y'all to talk to during this live stream. I look like a damn nut out in these streets. So yeah, love you all for watching. Thank you all for tuning in. And yeah, we did a 4+ hour show today. So until next time, which is Thursday, ciao, darlings.